Hello, everyone. I've been wanting to make an introduction video because looking at my data for my channel, I noticed viewers would watch uh, different episodes uh, instead of just following it from one up to the most current episode. And it's very important you found my channel and you're a targeted individual. That's a good thing that you found my channel. And I want you to watch my videos starting at video number one and just follow the order because it's important to do that. It You get to see how my information develops, how it just one after another, how it's all connected in a way, leading up to video 35 where I review the gang stalkers. And don't just jump to different videos scattered on the playlist. Just watch it from the first video and keep counting up. And another thing I want to mention is it's very important to watch my videos from beginning to end. I provide a lot of good information throughout the video, and sometimes the best information are at the end of the video. So you really need to watch it from beginning to end to fully understand the complete picture. And if you can't sit there and have some patience and focus and watch my video in its entirety, then that just means you're not ready. You're just not ready to elevate. And your spirit is getting attacked by the gang stalkers on a daily basis. You will need something to boost your own spirit. And I know my videos provide all the answers. Well, not all the answers, provide the answers to many of those situations where you're just getting beat up by the gang stalkers spiritually and you don't know what to do. Well, I got the answer for you because it worked for me as a TI. It helped boost my confidence, help boost my spirit against these gang stalkers. I'm sure it will work for you as well. So it's important to watch my videos starting at video number one. And it's important to watch my videos from beginning to end. If you follow these two simple steps, I don't see why you can't be easy breezy like me. Chimon signing out. What's up, guys? It's gang stalking. Gang stalking is something I'm still going through every day, but I'm not in fear of gang stalking like the majority of people on YouTube. There's a lot of fear in the articles regarding gang stalking, and there's really nothing to be afraid of. I'm here to help you guys. I'll be making many videos on this topic, and I will help you guys overcome this gang stalking fear. And the reason I say there's no fear is because every day when I first started to go through this, every moment, as soon as I wake up, I would hear these harassment, these different voices from different people. I would hear them when I go to work, when I'm at home, when I'm taking a shower, when I'm outside doing work around the house, when I'm in the supermarket, especially in supermarket, in big department stores, on the radio, watching TV. And I was going through this for about a year and a half, 2 years. And eventually one day I realized these guys talk a lot of shit. And I would put them on the spot by calling their bluff. And if you're a true targeted individual, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. They talk a lot of shit. They talk shit like your dick is too small. If you got a shower, they'll be like, you got a small dick. Or you have no teeth. Or your face is, you got pimples on your face. Or you have baby fat. Or they're going to kill your mom. They're going to kill you. Or they're going to have someone shoot you with a gun. Basically, to as far extreme as possible. Extreme, extreme. So one day I realized, fuck these idiots. They tell me they're the police. They tell me they are government. They tell me they are remote viewer working for the government. They tell me they're spies. And one day I decided to say, fuck you. And I called their bluff. And guess what? Nothing happened to me. And I called their bluff again. I told them, I know you pussy ain't gonna do anything. I'm gonna go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. Nothing will happen. And guess what? I'm still here. Now, believe me, I did get myself into some legal trouble. Only because for the longest time, I thought it was my neighbors. Yeah, my neighbors that were spying on me. My neighbors over there. I thought there was a few nights I fell asleep and I left my front door open. And when I woke up, I realized my front door was open. And ever since then, I started to think about, oh, did my neighbors snuck over here? Because when all this started, it was always the neighbors, right? I would believe the neighbors were the ones sneaking over here, creeping up at my windows, sneaking into my home and installing these security like cameras and microphones. And I would get CCTVs and security cameras all around the house, spend a lot of money. It doesn't seem to be able to capture anything. And the entire time I would feel Somehow these gang stalkers were always one step ahead of me. But how? I got like 16 cameras all around my property. And for some reason, when I check my recordings, there'll be random moments where the actual security system will reset. So there'll be a 5 minute downtime on the footage. And because I would see a 5 minute downtime, then I would tell myself, man, maybe they have one of those EMP jammers, electric magnetic pulse, where those device you push a button and it jams any electronics around a certain distance, EMP. Thought they got one of those EMP devices and was coming up to my windows or to my cameras and pushed the button to reset the security camera. That's at least what my mind's trying to make sense of it. You see, my mind is trying to make sense of exactly what's happening. I would work in the backyard, and literally on the other side of the fence, I would hear these gang stalkers. And I would just drop what I'm doing, run towards the fence, hop up and look over the fence, and there'll be no one there. And then my mind would tell me they just snuck around the corner. So I would run towards the other end of the fence and hop up and don't see anyone on the other side. After a while, I started to tell myself maybe they set up one of those Bluetooth speakers. So I went on eBay and kind of browsed around and see if there's anything like that. It turns out there are these little Bluetooth speakers, right? So that's why I started telling myself, oh, they must have bought these little speakers and put them all over my property so they can actually use their phone and just connect to these speakers and talk through it. But think about it. Who the fuck would do that shit? Would you do that shit? How much is the government is paying you if you're the gang stalker to do something like that? And then you would have to go back and collect the speakers and charge them. I mean, a little tiny Bluetooth speaker like that all over my property. Come on, that's just nonsense. Nonsense. And that's what's wrong with what's going on with the gang stalking phenomenon. You targeted individuals just like me are in fear. I'm not talking about fear as in, oh, you're not tough enough to defend yourself. No, I know you're tough. You're definitely tough. But I mean fear as in it's a psychological fear. The fact that you are talking about these gang stalkers, how they are hired by the government, or how they're spying on you, your whole perception of reality is in fear. You walk into Walmart and you can hear someone on the next aisle over, and you would hear them talking about you. So you would go to the next aisle and you look down, you see two elderly person, a couple, and they're just looking at some pastas or whatever. And then you would think, there's no way these two elderly people can be spies. And you're right, they're not. You go down the next aisle and you also hear someone talking about you or talking trash about you on the other end. You would see a little boy and his mother. You would think, why would the mother be talking trash about you with the little boy? They are not. You're driving your car and you think another car cut you off. Just so happened to be a yellow car. And it seems like Lately, a bunch of yellow cars been cutting you off, and you think they're doing it on purpose. No, it's not. It's a coincidence. The way you target an individual or living your life is in fear. Fear of these gang stalkers. But let me tell you, snap out of it. I already know your mind have very short attention span, and the only thing that you care to really focus on are these gang stalkers. Your life is living in fear. I used to be really bad at what's going on when it comes to gang stalking and being a target individual. Just how I got myself into trouble with the law. I used to walk around my property with a loaded semi-automatic shotgun. I used to go out everywhere strapped. Thank God I didn't get myself into any stupid trouble. Now I don't own any guns because the police took them all, which is fine. I don't need them because there's no one out to get me. And I will tell you exactly what these gang stalkers are. But I'm not going to tell you in this video because if I tell you, you will not accept the information because your mind is not capable of understanding and making sense of exactly what is going on. So in this video, I will tell you, don't live in fear. Go to work, go see your friends, find yourself a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or if you got one already, spend time with them. Go have fun with your family, with your kids. Go to happy hours with your coworkers. Do something happy. Pick up a hobby. Try to ignore these gang stalkers. If you can't ignore it or ignore them, then try your best. It will take time. It will take you some time to realize these gang stalkers are just bullshitter and they shit a lot. Do not get yourself into trouble out in public. That's one thing you have to realize. It is very tempting. I've seen many videos where you guys are cussing on the streets, talking trash about any bystanders or anyone that walk past you. Those people are not out to get you. They are not a danger to society. You are. Don't be walking around talking trash about other people that you don't know and assuming they are gang stalkers because you're going to get yourself into some deep trouble. You better snap your mind out of that. Do not drive a car and think the person next to you is going the same speed and they're doing it on purpose and they're spying on you with their camera phone because they're holding it like this, talking to their family or friends or with their credit card company. Stop thinking they're out to take photos of you because they're not. You have to ask yourself, why would the government spend so much money on other people to spy on you? Only you will know the answer. What are you doing exactly that's worth so much money for the government to hire these people to spy on you? Let's use facts here. Off the top of your head, based on the number of voices you can hear, how many people was that? When you go out into public, in every aisle or every place you go to, every car that drive by you, cut you off, how many people are in those vehicles or hired by the government to spy on you. You need to add that number up. And out of all those people, how much is the government paying them? Why? Are you a drug dealer? Maybe you are. Did you scam the IRS? Maybe you did. Did you steal something from somebody? Maybe. Then why aren't you in prison now? Why do they need to follow you around, spy on you to scare you? Why not just come knock on your door and say they're the IRS and show you some paperwork and tell you, you owe so much money to pay back? You have to show up to court on this date. Why not? Why not just bust your ass, kick the door down, bust your ass when you're sleeping with a bunch of SWAT police? Why not just have the regular police knock on your door and show you printout of video surveillance that shows you're stealing stuff? What do you do in that situation? You don't say anything. Get a lawyer. But is that happening to you? No, it's not. So why are you living in fear every single day, thinking someone's out to get you? Why do you want to live like that? Why do you want to live a life where every day you believe someone out there is trying to get you, someone out there is trying to kill you? No one is fucking trying to get you. You're only getting your own self. I know because I went through this shit. Now I'm chilling. No, my neighbors are not trying to get me. None of them are trying to get me. When I go out, there's no one spying on me. Cars cut me off, I don't even let it stress me. I go too slow, someone flip me off, it doesn't bother me at all. My principle is if they got some shit to say, they better say it to my face. That's when I know they're talking shit. So if no one is talking shit directly to your face, literally like to your face, staring you in the eye and talk shit to you, why are you starting trouble? Why are you trying to start something and get yourself into trouble? It should be clear to you that whatever's happening to you, if you don't handle it properly, you will get in trouble. Because I got myself into trouble, but thank God I'm still here. I have to go through the legal system, and that's what woke me up. But at the same time, gang stalking, these gang stalkers are not what you think they are. Just remember, no fear. No fear, as in, don't be scared of these gang stalkers. Stop running around harassing other people, saying they're part of the gang stalkers, that they're hired by government. A group of business people going out to lunch, they just somehow walk by you. Don't be saying, "Oh, these guys purposely try to stall me. They try to stall me from getting to my appointment." No, they're not. Show up on time. Show up early. Try not to make it to your appointment with 2 minutes left. Try to get there 15, 20 minutes early. Sit in your car or something, or sit down, look at your phone, do something, do some stretches. Pick a hobby. No one's out to get you. I'm gonna make more videos. Feel free to write comments, criticize me or whatever you want. Be tough. I love tough comments. Ask me questions. Put me on the spot. I'm a targeted individual. I'm here to help you guys. I will explain to you exactly what's going on. I only ask you, the viewers, to watch my videos from beginning to end. Don't half-ass the videos that I make. You will realize that I'm the best. Shun Hong signing out. Part 2 of my video. 2 out of 40. No fear and why it's important to have a no fear mentality as a targeted individual. The way I see it, based on my experience, there are two types of targeted individuals. There's one living in fear, and there's the other living with no fear. What I mean by that is, at some point, you need to realize this is not going to go away. I've seen videos on YouTube with targeted individuals running away from everybody, from their friends and family, living in fear, thinking everybody on the streets are part of the gang stalkers and they're out to spy or get them in a terrible way. Some of those targeted individuals have been running away for years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 20 years, but they're still living. So, what did they do during that time? They destroyed their own life. I believe in no fear. No fear, as in live a normal life and don't let these gang stalkers change the way you enjoy your own personal environment. Don't let these gang stalkers bother you. Now, for most of you, it's easier said than done because it takes time to realize. And you also need to change your mindset. Your mindset needs to be positive driven because if you're living in fear, your thoughts are negative, very negative. The way you see the world is in a very bad. So when it comes to gang stalking, I went through this stuff for years. And then finally I realized I don't give a fuck anymore. They are liars. You know exactly what I'm talking about if you're a targeted individual. And that's why I make these videos. I make these videos to help you guys, to understand what's going on, and to help you get out of this situation, living in fear. You need to enjoy life. You need to go to work, have a family, have friends, engage in conversations with people, people you feel comfortable with. Or if you don't know anybody, join some type of group and activities to go out there and meet people. You have to engage in activities to get your mind off of these targeted individual gang stalkers. Don't change your lifestyle. Go ahead, have sex. They're making fun of you. Ignore them. It will take practice, but you can do it. You need to think psychologically that you are in the driver's seat, not them. The gang stalkers are not going to hurt you. The only thing they're doing is mess with your head. Telepath, right? Sure, of course it is. I'm going through it. I've beaten these gang stalkers. I am in the driver's seat. I am the mean dick, and they are the pussies every day. Now, with that being said, don't behave like an asshole out in public. It's very important to not act a fool in public because you will get yourself into trouble, and that's exactly what they want. Behave like a civilized person when you're in public. Don't scream, don't yell, and don't be telling the police that you're being followed because no one will understand you unless they are experiencing it on their own. So you need to keep everything to yourself. Don't even tell your family about it because it's not their battle, it's yours. You don't need to drag them into it. You don't need your family and friends to worry about you. It's not a big deal. Shit hits the fan, and what do? Do you want to cry like a bitch? Or do you want to put on some gloves and clean it? I cleaned my fan, and I bought many more fans. Don't let these gang stalkers scare you. Over 9 out of 10 videos I've seen on YouTube, they don't know what's going on. They're the mainstreams. They keep talking about government, police, spy, CIA, FBI. No, it's not. I know exactly what's going on. And I can't tell you now because you will not accept the information. It's my responsibility to help society and help you guys, the targeted individuals. And I will show you one step at a time. You need to follow my YouTube account and watch the videos that I upload. Soon enough, you will understand I'm the best. and I'm here to help you. Do you want to live life in a positive way? Or do you want to whine and bitch and live in fear? And next thing you know, 5 years gone, 10 years gone, and you're still talking about the government spying on you, destroying your own life. Snap the fuck out of it. Don't be a baby. Live life. Don't hurt nobody. Be civilized. Pick up a hobby and love something. Love someone. These gang stalkers are full of shit. They're only messing with you. They like to talk a lot of bullshit. They like to scare you. Don't fall into their trap. You must think positively. You might be wondering what is going on with the gang stalking phenomenon. Let's just say you're a true targeted individual. You're very gifted. There's more behind all of this, and I will share with you later on. But for now, you need to practice no fear. That's the number one thing you need to know. It's always going to be number one. Because by having no fear, you have home court advantage. Home court advantage, as in your mind. Does it make sense now? It's a battle of the mind because you're receiving telepathic messages. So, what could that be? Well, obviously, if you don't know what's going on, like how I started, your mind will tell you anything possible to make sense of what's happening. Normal, very normal. But at the same time, in order to find out more about it, you will need to experiment. Fortunately, where I live, my neighbors are extremely far away from me. My neighbors are all the way over there, like a couple football fields. So I have options. I can do experiments and test what's going on with these gang stalkers, these harassments, audio, visual, electronics. I can do different things to test what exactly is happening. And I have done so. Spent a lot of money along the way, wasted a lot of money as well. But it's all worth it because I am in the driver's seat now. I am the mean dick. They don't no longer bother me. They're just annoying. Just know one thing. It's not as bad as you believe. You are an old soul. For now, just remember to think positive. No one's out to get you, and you are definitely not crazy. You're not crazy. This is very real. Just behave normal in public, and you will find out soon enough. I'm here to help you. You need to get your mind away from all the fear, and you need to test methods to get an idea of what's really happening with these gang stalkers. Don't be scared. Challenge them using your mind, that is. You are not crazy. And the ones that are not experiencing what's going on, they do not know. No one in the medical field can help you other than label you as schizo. And you're not schizo. So don't be whining to others and venting out to them about what's going on with your life with these gang stalkers and how frustrated you are. It's not pleasant. Nobody wants to hear that shit if they're not experiencing it. And soon enough, they don't want to hang out with you because you're crazy to them. They're going to tell you to go get help. Don't blame them. In their perspective, they have no idea what's going on. So you can't hate on them for not understanding you. Well, I understand what's going on, and I know exactly what's going on, and I will share with you what I know, and you will be amazed. This is barely scratching the surface. If you still believe in government spying on you, you are literally haven't even started. You're like level zero. Let's go to level one by having a no fear mentality, because that's the very basic and the core of this. No fear. These gang stalkers are not going to kill you. And there's no people spying on you everywhere you go. You are just not that valuable. But I know you're valuable because I am a targeted individual and I know exactly what's going on. And I know you targeted individuals out there are very important people. Do not destroy your own self. Do not destroy your own soul. Do not commit crime. Do not hurt people and live life. Take it easy. It's going to take some time. Have some patience. It's one of those life challenges, but a blessing if you can wake up from it. You're very powerful, and I will help you realize that. Shum Hong signing out. Part 3 of my video series. I need you guys to know something. You will hear me say no fear in all my videos. No fear is the core principle. You must have no fear in your mind. The reason for that is there are two things you need to know. One, it's a mental battle. And two, it's a physical battle. You must deal with it one at a time. And the most important one is the battle in your mind. When you understand no fear, you have home court advantage. Having home court advantage is over 50% of the battle. You must understand no fear. When you challenge these gang stalkers, you need to pay attention to the fact that they will become more intense in their attack. Their verbal abuse will become something that's to the extreme. It's okay. It's just words. And they like to lie a lot. Do not let their words bother you. And soon you will realize having no fear mentality will boost your morale and your courage. If things are getting extremely unbearable, here's a defensive move you can do, and I will teach you. Use two fingers, plug your ears, plug this part of your ear like this, plug the other part of your ear like this, and then you hum. It'll be good if you can close your eyes. Om. You don't have to hum too loud, but when you do this, you will feel a strong, pleasant, wonderful vibration inside your head. And this vibration will keep these gang stalkers away from you for a little bit. Yes, it will. Think about it this way. You're receiving telepathic thoughts, images, and you're hearing remote voices. But it's a two-way thing. It's two-way communication. They talk to you, or you can talk to them. They're on the offensive. You can do some defense. And soon enough, I will teach you some offensive skills to really tame these gang stalkers. Like I said before, you are in the driver's seat, not them. They kick down your door and they're invading your own privacy, your personal space. What are you going to do? You defend. It's your home. Where are you going to go? Do not let these gang stalkers bully you. Some of you have been a targeted individual for way too long. And when I watch those YouTube videos, I feel bad for you guys. I'm here to help you exit the gang stalking phenomenon. Eventually, I will let you know exactly what they are. All I ask of you is to watch my videos in its entirety. Don't watch a couple minutes and then change the video. Because when I started all this research as a targeted individual, I would find videos that holds the answer. But at that time, it's not what I want to hear because I was going through a phase of reassurance. All I wanted to do was find videos of other people, other targeted individuals, talk about their own experience to reassure that I'm not crazy. Well, now I know exactly what's happening. And I'm telling you guys, you are not crazy. Everybody that's going through this has a similarity, but yet a variant of differences. It's case by case. No two cases are the same, but very similar. Remember to follow me. I'm here to help you. Soon you will realize I am the best. Sumo signing out. Hey everybody. It's been a while since I made a video. I hope all of you are doing okay. And I realized my first 3 videos were just too long. And many of the viewers were just not being retained for more than 6 minutes on average. And I decided to make my videos a lot shorter from now on. So in today's video, I want you guys to understand why you're being gang stalked. And for me, based on my experience, it only comes down to 2 questions you must answer for yourself. The first one is, you are being gang stalked because you're doing something illegal. Now, only you will know the answer to that one. And the second question is, you're being gang stalked because you're special and you have some ability or special traits that the government wants you. Which one is it? Are you doing something illegal, or are you just special? Hey everybody, if you watched my last video, the correct answer is question number 2. And I want to make a point and say, I mentioned, are you special in a way that the government wants you? And that came out different than what I wanted. I did not meant government as in they're spying on you, because if you watch my other videos, you will know that I don't emphasize on government, because it's not the government. And I'm going to start keeping my videos short. And today I want to talk about being safe in public. Now, depends on how far you are in this gang stalking phenomenon. If you're starting to hear voices, um, you need to be very careful in public. And the reason for that is, let's say you're walking inside Walmart and you want to be a friendly, happy person and not be so confrontational, because you need to think about, there might be more than one targeted individual inside that same Walmart at the same time that you're there shopping. And knowing how evil these gang stalkers are, or their evil intention, they can actually use 2 targeted individuals against each other. And it's very important for you to understand de escalation and avoid any confrontation, and try to be as professional as you can, because the reality is you can get in trouble and you can potentially go to jail. Depends on your action. You might be walking down an aisle and you're hearing voices coming down from the other end. At the same time, somebody else from the other end is walking down the aisle, and that person can also be a targeted individual. One second, there's a truck coming in. So at the end of the aisle, that person can also be a targeted individual. And if you or the other person start a confrontation, things could turn ugly. And if it's in public, it's better off for you to avoid anything that's could potentially put you in jail or potentially get you arrested. With that being said, your action in public is very important. So behave like a professional. And it shows that you have control of the situation. If you're losing your cool in public, it just means you're in deep shit. Yes, you are. And you need to figure out how to pull yourself back out of that situation because these gang stalkers got a hold of you. Mentally, they put you in fear. And I teach you guys to have no fear mentality because you are in the driver's seat. These gang stalkers are tiny ass little, I call them bitches, little bitches. And do I recommend you doing that? No, because you're not me and you are going through something different than the way I'm going through it. It's best for you to be nice as you go through this stage of your life with gang stalking, and I will help you get out of it, and I will help you realize exactly what they are. So it's very important to have that no fear mentality. If you are in fear, that just means your mind is consumed with too much negative thoughts. You might be scared of your neighbors, or if you see your neighbors outside, you might feel like, oh, they're watching you, or they're always eavesdropping on you, or you might even think that they're part of the gang stalkers. That's a horrible way of living, especially when you have so much fear even going to your front door. You need to have more positive thoughts in your head. You need to give others a benefit of doubt. Maybe your neighbors are just cleaning up in the front. I mean, they're outside. You can't expect them to not look around. You can't expect them to not look in your direction. It's normal. When you're in public, you can look any direction you want. When you start to think that, oh, your neighbor is actually only putting their focus looking at your side of the street, or looking at your house, or looking at you, that is just too extreme. They could be looking down the street and not at your house at all, but just looking at that direction of your home. They could be looking at the trees, or the sky, or admiring certain paint, or just thinking about something else, or some home improvement that they can do for their house, their home. So you need to give them the benefit of doubt, and you need to do the same for other people out in public. I tell people, if they're not talking shit directly to your face, then don't stress it. Just walk by them and go on with your own thing. Don't stare down with them. Don't start any confrontation, because that person could just be crazier than you. That person could do something stupid and put you in the hospital. So what if the police capture them? So what if they eventually go to court and go to prison? You still end up in the hospital. That whole experience, it's just not pleasant. It's terrible. The worst case scenario, I mean, you could end up getting hurt so badly, it will just changes your life. You end up being a cripple or die. whatever you're doing as a targeted individual, same could be happening to somebody else out there that's also a targeted individual, but in a worse situation than you. They could be just so crazy because the way you handle this is all about your background and your culture and how you were raised as a kid and how you handle different situations and difficulties in life. And and by having those experiences, it's going to help you process what exactly is going on differently than others. So you need to stay cool and be calm and be safe in public. If you're actually just staying home all the time and you're scared to go out or you don't want to go outside, then that means these gang stalkers have already worked themselves into your mind. See, negative thoughts can come in a variety of ways. For instance, I used to always have these negative thoughts when I leave my place at home, when I leave my home, pull out the driveway and start driving, and I see another car pass by me going the opposite direction. I would always look at the mirror and see if they would actually stop in front of my house or go into my driveway. Now, you might think that's just, being paranoid or whatever, but that in itself is a form of fear. That type of thinking is a form of fear. Now, you can say you're just being cautious and you just want to take a look. That's fine. But if you start to have more than just that simple thought of just making sure that they drive past your home, if you continue to have these random, crazy, negative thoughts after you saw the car drive through, then that means they actually got a hold of you. And you're going to need to stop those negative thoughts in your head. You're going to need to focus on something more happy. Whenever negative thoughts are in your head, it stays there. Negative thoughts do not leave your head. The only way to counter negative thoughts is by generating positive thoughts in your head. So over time, if you have all these negative thoughts in your head, it just keeps stacking on top of each other. You're going to live like a very depressed person. And I guess in the medical field, they call those people, well, you know what? I'll take it back. I want to stay away from that for now. But you're going to need to generate happy thoughts, positive thoughts. Think about your own life and how you can achieve your goals, or think about a new hobby that would excite you, or think about something you can do that's with friends or family, or just not think about it at all. But try to prevent negative thoughts from generating in your head. If you've been thinking negatively for many years now, you're going to need to start generating more happy thoughts to balance your mind. And if things are overwhelming, it's good to be in nature. Being in nature is the best way to generate peaceful and happy thoughts. And if you don't have a park nearby, just get a plant. Look at a bush. I mean, just look at a plant for like 3 to 5 minutes and you'll feel at peace. Seriously, look at any plant for a couple minutes and your mind will be very peaceful. But at the same time, you're going to need to realize you have to generate some energy in your mind to stop these negative thoughts. So you're going to need to put some focus into it. Kind of like try to think of back in school when you would take a final exam or final test. You know how, like, oh, some major test is coming up, like a math test, and you need to ace it. You would probably try to really focus on the test. That focus is using that energy in your head. That's exactly what you need. Just put some energy into it and focus on happy thoughts. So for now, remember to practice no fear in your mind. Think happy thoughts and also be professional in public. I'll see you in the next video. Shun Hong signing out. I know majority of you are going through a lot of stress as a targeted individual. It's a new lifestyle. You don't want the gang stalkers watching you 24/7, following you 365 days out of the year, insulting you, threatening you. Basically, they know exactly what you're doing and who you're with. And it is stressful, but what can you do about it? You want to get rid of them, and you want the answer now. Let me tell you, there is no answer to that one. Now, if some of you out there have gotten rid of these gang stalkers and they don't insult you or talk to you anymore, that's great. Please share that information in the comment. But based on my personal experience and my research, they will be there till the end. Even if they stop talking to you, they will still be there in the background, manipulating your mind and your thoughts and your decision making. Unless you can identify their voices. I will explain this in my later videos. But for this one, I want to talk about realization of, of your time frame as a targeted individual. The realistic time frame as a targeted individual, I can only share with you my personal experience. I've been hearing these gang stalkers for 5 years now. Based on my research, some targeted individuals are going through it for 10 years, 20 years, running away from their family and friends, or getting themselves into prison, and the list goes on. I don't want to get into details, but you know what I mean. So, knowing this information, what are you going to do? You can destroy your life trying to get rid of these gang stalkers. You can tell your friends and family about what's going on, and hopefully they can help you. But I already know the information you share with them is going to backfire because they're going to think you're crazy. They're going to ask you to go get medical help. You can call the police, but the police also going to think you're crazy. They're going to take you in for a mental health evaluation, 5150. So who are you going to rely on? Well, obviously the best way to figure this out is by listening to other people's experience and how they handle this entire gang stalking phenomenon. And I'm one of those persons. My personal experience is unlike any others. I will pinpoint exactly who these gang stalkers are, and I will guide you through it. But the question is, do you want to understand and overcome these gang stalkers. Every one of you will have a different outcome, but if you follow me, you will understand a lot more than doing it on your own. I went through this stuff for 2.5 years of constant insult, and it was difficult in the beginning. But what really turned around for me was when the police came and took me in. Yes, that was a wake up call going through the legal system. And I will share with you in my later videos. But as of now, I just want you guys to know you need to follow me if you want to get out of gang stalking. And the only way to do it is by learning from others, staying calm, keep your heart, your mind at peace, and don't get yourself into trouble. Don't hurt anybody. And be patient because it will take time. And when I say time, it's going to take you a few years with the right guidance. And if you're not ready to really fix this situation of yours with the gang stalkers, you're going to end up spending the rest of your life hating everybody, hating everything, until you die. Shimon signing out. Hey guys, today I want to talk about the environment you're in. Now, where I live is secluded. My closest neighbor is 2 football fields that way. So I have the benefit of testing different method and also investigating where these gang stalkers are and how these sound are generated. On my 10th videos, I will go into detail about my history and my background. And hopefully by then you guys will realize that I do know a lot of information about this gang stalking phenomenon. So today I'm going to talk about the environment you're in. Now, if you live somewhere where there's a lot of neighbors, apartment complex, or just regular neighborhood, but has neighbors really close by, you're gonna have a very difficult time dealing with the gang stalkers because I would imagine it's hard for you to just run outside in the middle of the night to check the surroundings or peep out the windows without thinking that, oh, your neighbors might be there, or your neighbor might be looking at you. So there's a lot of things that can happen that prevents you from going out and about and try to find out what's happening or if the gang stalkers are really outside. See, for me, I can easily come outside here. If I hear some gang stalkers outside my window, I'll just run outside and just take a look. No one's there. Besides, I have about 16 cameras here. No one's ever on video. So that is one of the key component that you have to remember. They're not real people. And they're not really outside of your door, on the other side of your door or on the other side of your window. It'll be difficult for you to imagine or try to accept that concept because where you live is not where I live. And thank God I was able to pursue these gang stalkers in a way that I can find out, oh, they're not real people. They're not really outside. But these voices, where are they coming from? That is on a whole nother video I'm gonna make. But the important part is you're gonna have a tough battle ahead of you. And I'll tell you right now, you cannot defeat these gang stalkers with hate. You can't defeat them with anger or frustration. You just can't, because that's what they thrive off of. They love to know that you're pissed off. They love to know that you're angry. They love to know that you're losing control. You can't beat these guys if you're pissed off, especially if you're out and about thinking everyone is a gang stalker. If that's what's going on with you, then you need to really step back and think clearly. Is it possible that everyone out there in public, it's a gang stalker? Is it possible the government is spending millions of dollars just to follow you around? And let's just put it this way. Let's just say they are the gang stalkers. So what? Why are you hypersensitive? Who cares? Why are you making a big deal out of it if they are the gang stalkers? Are they attacking you? They might walk in front of you, right? Big deal. People walk in front of me all the time. When I'm driving, people cut me off. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. So why should you let those things bother you? They're small time stuff. They're not even worth your time to get pissed off over. You're making a video or you're trying to do something and someone just, a ball all of a sudden was kicked over to you. Big deal. Kick the ball back to them. Who cares? Don't stress over it. So when you're out and about in public, is it possible that the government are spending millions of dollars on gang stalkers to follow you? No. The government are not doing that. They're not spending millions of dollars paying people to follow you. So with that being said, something else is going on, and you're gonna have to think outside the box. And that's why all my videos are kind of slow pace. I tell you, I know exactly what they are, but I'm not just gonna come out and just tell you, because for the majority of you, your mind just can't comprehend what's happening. The answer is actually all over YouTube. But will you accept it? And that's why I need to gradually build up the information slowly. And as you watch my videos, you will start to understand, or maybe something else is going on. Like I said, you're very special. Very special. So don't let these gang stalkers destroy you by pissing you off or getting you upset. You can only defeat these guys with peace and happiness and calm. Once in a while, you might lose it, but I mean, that happens. But overall, you want to be peaceful and calm. In my next video, I'm going to actually teach you guys something really good to fight back a little. Okay? Balance the game a little bit. Because so far, it seems like They're probably the only one that are attacking you, verbally attacking you, mentally attacking you, and physically attacking you, but you just don't realize it. So if you're actually living in an area with a lot of neighbors, it's going to be double the work for you to stay calm and realize it's not your neighbors. Shimhong signing out. Hi everyone, I'm back for my videos in my Truth of Gang Stalking series. Like I promised you guys before, that in this video I will show you guys a technique to fight back a little. It's going to be very informative, and I highly recommend you guys watch this video more than once. But before we get to that, I just want to talk about some of the gang stalking videos I've seen lately on YouTube. And there are some extreme targeted individuals out there who are destroying their life, and they're very close to getting put in jail. Now, you need to understand, don't chase after the gang stalkers in public. You'll get nothing out of it. You don't go chasing someone and shouting at them and filming them and talking about them stalking you and all this crazy nonsense. What do you expect them to say? They're not going to be like, oh yeah, sorry. Most likely, they're going to call 911 on you and start filming you. Those type of targeted individuals are really just losing their mind. They're so deep into this trap of the gang stalkers. It's going to take some extreme divine intervention to really pull them out of it, because they're just tapping at the jail's door. So don't be chasing after any gang stalkers and try to get them to confess to you that on video that they're gang stalkers. That's nonsense. Think about it. You have more to lose. So why you keep doing it? Now, if things are getting overwhelming because these gang stalkers are assholes, and that's another thing. When I watch these gang stalking videos and the person filming the targeted individual would complain about harassment and how these other people, these gang stalkers, are harassing him or her. But in the videos, I don't see any harassment. There was no harassment whatsoever. So to clear the point, to clear the confusion, when these targeted individuals are saying harassment, what they're saying is telepathically being harassed. So you must know the difference between hearing harassment and environmental harassment of the public. So you have to draw the line there and know the difference between, are the people in public harassing, me, or is it just the telepathic verbal harassment? That's very important. You need to be able to identify the difference. So in these videos, when people are complaining about being harassed, but I don't see any harassment in the videos, what they meant is being verbally, telepathically harassed. Now, it can get overwhelming, I know. I've been there. And now I'm going to teach you something to fight back a little. Now, we all have cell phones. You got one of these cell phones. So what you want to do is you want to get a voice recorder. Go download a voice recorder. Once you have the voice recorder, you want to get VLC media player. VLC media player. And once you have these two, what you do is you open the recorder and you want to record yourself saying something to these gang stalkers. You can play it the nice way or you can play it the asshole way. It's up to you. Me, I'm the asshole. Like I said, I'm the dick and they're the pussies. So you can play it nice. You can record yourself saying something nice to them or telling them to stop what they're doing. Or you can just record a phrase out of the Bible, your favorite verse. Or you can just record yourself talking trash to the gang stalkers or talking trash to the handler. See, me, myself, I have about 400 recordings of myself, a variety of them, talking shit to these gang stalkers. And you know, they don't have to be long. The best is short and simple. So what you do is once you have the recording, you go into your VLC player and you play that audio. But you play it and you turn on loop. So it constantly kept playing it back and forth, back and forth. And once you have that on, you want to turn down your volume to the very lowest, maybe 1 bar in your volume, okay? Very low. Preferably, you can't even hear yourself. And unless you put it literally up to your ears. So you want to turn the volume to super low. And that's all you got to do. Let that play in the background. And I promise you, your gang stalker will not like it, and they're going to tell you to turn it off. Yeah. I'm here to help you guys. I'm the best. If you have friends that are in the same situation as you, tell them about me. Share my videos. Help other targeted individuals. You can't beat these gang stalkers with hate and frustration and anger. You gotta beat these guys with love, compassion, and happiness. With that being said, don't be soft on these gang stalkers. You have to be firm. When you start playing your audios, depends on what you're recording and playing back. If you hit them at the right spot, they're gonna become pansies. You're gonna start seeing this other side of them. They're not gonna be such asshole anymore because you got something on them now. And if you're going to sleep at night, charge your phone, do the same thing, play the audio in the background. For example, I mean, my audios are extremely explicit and something that kids should not be listening to. I hit them straight on the button. I mean, think about it. What's the worst thing a gang stalker can really say to you until up to this point? I mean, the worst thing they said to me is, they're going to kill my mom. They're They're gonna kill me when I'm sleeping. They're gonna kill me tonight. And initially, yeah, I was scared, but guess what? I called their bluff so many times. Now they're just full of shit. So have you called their bluff? Don't ever trust these gang stalkers, and don't ever let them scare you into doing something that's illegal. Don't let them scare you into believing you must do something to save yourself or somebody you love. Don't believe that shit. They're full of shit. You're in the driver's seat. Now go try this offensive tactic. You'll be happy. Shumong signing out. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? And I forgot to mention last time, if you are using my strategy to fight back a little against these gang stalkers, please comment below, because I want to know your experience. I want to know if it works for you. I want to know if they become more aggressive towards you. Just share your personal experience, because it's going to help other targeted individuals out there. Because the key to overcoming this is to learn from other targeted individuals' personal experience. I forgot to mention, when you're playing these audio recordings in the background, it's important to know you have to be very careful if you're playing them in public. So that's up to you to decide if the situation or if the environment that you're in is safe to be playing your audios. So today I want to talk about dealing with the police. When all this started to happen to me, I called 911 twice within the span of 3 months. The first time I called, I told the police someone is around my property and they're sneaking around. So I told the sheriff to investigate, because I live on a large property. But the sheriff decided not to, because it was raining that day, and they didn't want to get their car stuck in the mud. So that was my first experience calling 911. My second experience with the sheriff was the time when everything was more intense. I mean, I was at a point where I was walking around my property strapped. I got my piece tucked into my belt. I was walking around with a loaded shotgun, because at the time I was really do believe someone is around here on my property, just outside my windows or around the corner of my fence, spying on me, trespassing. I felt my life was in danger, also for my family as well, for their safety, because I, at the time, I do believe someone was here trying to hurt me and my family. So with that being said, I called 911 eventually, and well, things didn't work out for me, because eventually the sheriff showed up, and they believe I need to be taken in for a 72 hours involuntary uh, mental evaluation. And at the time, I don't know what that was. I've never heard of it. And so they took me in, And once you're in there, it felt like I was in a like a crazy house, crazy place for, but a jail house for crazy people. But it's not really a jail. It was a hospital, but it felt like it just felt like I was somewhere where I didn't belong, and I'm the victim, and I just want to get out of there. But since this happened in the middle of the night, the doctor was at home, and I have no choice but to wait till morning when the doctors show up for my evaluation. So I slept there in these little beds in a room with a bunch of other people that I don't know, whom are also there for mental health evaluation. Yeah, it was quite scary. Um, the nurse came and woke me up around 7 in the morning for breakfast, and I I got up, ate breakfast, and I just sat there watching TV. Now, if you ever get yourself in this situation, you have to understand everything you do, they are observing you, they're watching your behavior. And a nurse came up to me to offer me uh, a piece of paper and a pen to draw or write. And I looked at her and I said, no, thank you. And now think back on it, if if I would have taken that piece of paper and pen, if I whatever I write on it, they will examine it and they will use it as part of the evaluation. So if you take a pen and paper from them, be careful what you draw or what you write on it, because they will use it to evaluate your mental health, or they'll question you about it. So I waited right around 12, oh no, around 9 a.m. They asked me for a urine sample, a urine test. And I asked the nurse, do I have to take it? And the nurse said, no, I don't have to take it, but I will have to explain to the doctor why, and the doctor could hold me up for longer. So I guess on that part, it's up to you. But I took the urine test, and then 3 hours later, I was sitting down with the doctor, and the doctor, just was typing away on the computer, typing down, my answers, my response, as he asked me a bunch of questions, and I just told him exactly what happened. That someone was spying on me, sneaking around on my property, and I explained my living environment and how the area I live in is an open space, so people could just come from any direction. And he just typed everything down, and his final evaluation was that I'm sane, I'm normal, and he just let me off. So that's when I was released. So I was in and out of the place in about 12 hours. And if your conversation with the doctor does not go well, the doctor can keep you there for longer. If the doctor decides to keep you there for longer than 72 hours, then it's going to be bad for your health record, because if you stay in there for longer than 72 hours, automatically you lose your gun rights if you own any guns. So you lose that for, I believe, you know what, I don't want to say exactly how many years, or if it's permanent, but you're going to need to appeal that, and you need to hire a lawyer. Most likely you have to go through the legal process to try to get your gun rights back. But just know, if you stay for longer than 72 hours, you're not going to be able to own any guns unless you fight in court. But obviously, if you have mental problems, then you really shouldn't own any guns. I mean, the doctor concluded that I am normal, and that's why I was out of there within 12 hours. Regardless, the sheriff took my guns away because that's just procedure, and they petitioned to have my guns to not return my guns, and then I was able to go to court and have them allow me to sell it. So I did. So I was able to get my money back, and now I don't own any guns. But I still can if I want to. But I just don't own any guns. And ever since that one night, I was a different person, because now I realized it was a wake-up call for me. I realized my life it's just a lot of these problems are created by me, because think back on it, I haven't seen anybody on my videos. I have a lot of video cameras. And that's when I started realizing maybe something else is going on. And also that's what led to me to believe that I don't believe it's the government, because it just doesn't make sense. It can't be the government, because why would they be spying on me 24/7 when I'm not doing anything that's worth to be spying on? So something else must be going on. And now years later, I know exactly what's happening. And soon enough, you guys will know for yourself. And you will know that I've been here to help you and for you to get to the bottom of all of this. So for now, just practice staying calm, practice living peacefully, find yourself some hobbies, and keep yourself active, and try to live not in fear of these gang stalkers. If they're really telling you a lot of verbal abuse telepathically, just do what I taught you. Plug your ears and chant and do the hum. Do that for about 5-10 minutes, and you're gonna feel a lot better. And then use your phone and play the audio recording in the background on low volume. One of my audio is just the FU. Just me saying FU, and that's it. And it's on loop in low volume. And they get really pissed off at that. Now it's gotten to a point where they beg me to turn it off. And I just ignored them. Practice being firm on your decision against these gang stalkers. You're going to need to do some of these things to fight back a little. Otherwise, they will not leave you alone. And being too nice to these guys tends to not work for me. It's like fighting evil with goodness. I don't see it working, because these evils will just laugh at the goodness, because they're already evil. So it's almost like you're going to have to give evil a taste of evil to a certain extent. And my way of doing it, a settled, good, easy way of doing it, is just playing these audios. Shimon signing out. Hey everyone, my 10th video in my series, Truth of Gang Stalking. And as I promised you guys, I'm going to tell you a bit about myself. So I'm going to tell you guys the very important story. And this story is so important. It's what helped me move past the government stage or the neighbors stalking stage or just a bunch of random gang stalkers out in public. So this story is so important. I I need you guys to listen to the story completely, to watch this video completely, because like I said before, the best way to move past this gang stalking phenomenon is to learn from other targeted individuals. And the story starts with, well, the story happened about almost 2 decades ago when I was going to college. I was living in a home with about 12 roommates. So this home had 4 stories. The bottom story, which is lead to the backyard. The second story, the story is where the garage level is. The third story was where I was living, and then there's the fourth story, and that's the top. And the first floor, there was one person living there. The garage uh, floor, there was 3 people living there. No, 4 people living there. And my floor, there was 4 people living there, and the top floor has 3. So yeah, it was 12. Yeah, that's 12 roommates. Um, I had a roommate that he moved in maybe a year after I was living there, and him and we got to hang out a lot, and he was really cool, and we would go out and party all the time, and he would take me out and stuff. We would go out party Thursday, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. Um, it was just a lot of fun time, just go clubbing and having people over, um, meeting his friends. He met my friends, and we just always had something going on at the house. It was a great time. He was a real estate agent. He was selling homes. He's a very intelligent person. And one day, he told me that he was going home to back to his parents' house for a few days. And he went back home, and then he came back. He came back for about a day, and then he had to go back home again. And I didn't know what was going on, so I spoke with one of my other roommate, just kind of like casually talking, and then he told me that, oh yeah, the reason he went back was because his dad was missing. So his dad went missing, and he went back home to look for his dad. And a week went by, and he came back, and that's where I found out they found his dad, or he found his dad. And guess where he found his dad? In his backyard, under the swimming pool cover. His dad's been dead for over a week under the swimming pool cover. He found his corpse after searching everywhere for about who knows how long. Now, can you imagine how traumatizing that is? Um, ever since that time, that's when all the strange things started happening. He started to hear things. He started to believe that the other roommates in the home were spying on him. Now, this is way before I even knew I became a targeted individual. So, from my perspective, I thought he needed help. He was going crazy, and I was just thinking, oh, maybe because just found his dad in the pool. That must be crazy. Maybe got him a little. whacked down the head, or just not the same anymore. And one day, I was playing video games with one of my other roommate, and he was in his room. Out of nowhere, he just rushed out with a baseball bat, and he was staring at the roommate next to me, screaming at him, saying something like, "Oh, what? Why are you talking about me? Why are you talking about me? Well, why are you always spying on me?" His eyes just looked like he's ready to use that baseball bat on him. And we're both like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're like, whoa, calm down. What's going on here? We're both shocked because we had no idea what was happening. He just rushed out of there with a baseball bat. And his eyes were just so much anger. And he kept screaming at my roommate. And then we're just like, no, calm down. No one is spying on you. No, he's not spying on you. I was trying to play the mediator because he was just looking at my other roommate sitting next to me. And this went on for about 10 minutes. And then he was kind of calming down, kind of like had this look like he's starting to realize, whoa, what just happened? Like he just kind of like crossed the line, And that's when another roommate came home. And obviously, like all the commotion, so he joined in on the conversation. And the next thing you know, more roommates came home from work. So all of a sudden, 20 minutes later from when he first rushed out, there was like 8 or 9 roommates standing right there, trying to figure out what's going on. It was like a huge intervention. And then he started breaking down saying, oh, the roommates next to his room were spying on him because there's like a little hole in the wall, and they would peep through this little hole and just look into his room all the time. And now the landlord's back because the landlord lived on the very top floor. And he was saying, no, why would anyone do that? Because we all just standing there listening to him, and we knew he's kind of losing it. He's crazy right now. He's just losing everything, losing his shit. And so the roommate went upstairs and grabbed the spare key and opened up the room next to his, and went inside and show him the wall and be like, what hole? There's no holes in the wall. And then later on he said, oh, there's a little section on the floor where it could be lifted up, and the roommate living below him could access his room while he's gone. So we went over to the area and looked at the floor, and the floor was just normal floor. There was no secret puzzle. You can kind of move around the pieces, and then all of a sudden, boom, this little door like unhatches, and then you can just kind of like climb up. It's nothing like that. It was just a normal floor. And then he was saying, the roommate, I was on my floor. There was 3 girls, and one of the girl on my floor, he was saying, was being pimped out by the landlord, and the customer would sneak in by going up the fire escape from the backyard, climb up 2 stories, and then crawling through the window. And by this point, we're just all looking at each other like, wow, this guy is really just went crazy right now. And the whole time it was like all of us against him, but it was just extremely crazy. And looking into his eyes at the time, he truly believed all those things were happening. And he even believed everyone in the house was just lying to him. So he was believing that the females in the house were all prostitutes, and they're being pimped out by the landlord. And he believed other roommates were talking trash about him. And one time he even showed me a video, because him and I were kind of cool. We party a lot, so he had nothing bad to say about me. But obviously, I don't know what he thinks or what he really do believe when it comes to me. Ever since that point, I was just scared to hang out with him, because I feel like, whoa, I was having thoughts like, what if this guy just like stabbed me or something, Obviously a negative thought. But at the time, I was just only in college. I didn't know much about this stuff. And he showed me a video one time. It was him talking to my other roommate. And then they were talking for about 15 minutes. And then my other roommates noticed there was a camcorder on the desk. So he looked directly at the camera and said, "Is that a camera?" And and it turns out it was a camera and it was turned on, filming him the whole time. He showed me this video and I watched it. And then the key takeaway from that was, once the other roommate realized the camera was on, he walked out of the room about 5 minutes afterwards, just kind of like casually, okay, well, done talking. He just went back to his room. And that's where he asked me to listen carefully. And I was like, okay, I don't hear anything. And he said, "How can you not hear that? You're talking shit about me." I was like, "What? I don't hear anything." So he made me put on his headphones. So I put on his headphones and I couldn't hear anything. And he had this smile like, "You gotta be joking me, right? They're talking trash. They're talking shit about me. They're talking about me right now in the video." So he put on the headphones and he's like, "Oh, I can hear it. Come on, you gotta hear it." I was like, "No, I can't hear shit." And about a week after that, that's when he announced the news. Oh, he'll be moving out, because after an incident like that, even the landlord realized he has to move out, and everyone agreed. So he moved out of there a month, maybe, yeah, a month after that, after the incident. And about a week after that, after he moved out, he called me and he asked if one of the roommate that lives upstairs was home. And I was like, okay, let me go check. So I went upstairs and checked, and yeah, that roommate was there watching TV. And I was like, oh yeah, he's here. And he didn't believe me. He was like, "Are you sure? Because I swear the car behind me, I swear he's behind me right now, following me in this van, in a red color van." And I was like, "No, that can't be him, because he's upstairs." And he kept saying he didn't believe me. He just kept asking the same question in a different way, but yeah, he moved away. And now fast forward to now. A few years ago, that's when I realized, oh, I'm a targeted individual. In the beginning, I forgot about what happened to my ex roommate, and eventually, a few months into it, I started to think, wait a minute, what's going on with me? It's almost exactly the same as what went on with my ex roommate. And at the time, I just thought he was crazy. Like, well, that's kind of crazy. I don't hear anything, and what's going on? And the situation was so similar. I know that's why I know I'm not crazy, because what I'm going through, it's something's happening, but I'm not crazy. So what is it? Now notice this very important piece of information. Thank God I got to experience what happened to my roommate. That gave me a heads up. That literally gave me an advantage over 99% of the other targeted individuals. I was able to directly firsthand experience something like this almost 2 decades ago. Think about it. How important is that piece of information to be able to experience it myself, and also indirectly experience it with my ex roommate? And that's what really helped me move past this whole gang stalking phenomenon and use my resources and energy on other investigation and other experiments to find out exactly what these guys are. if you watch my video, I'm sure you can kind of tell I'm not talking out of my ass. When I say I'm the best, I'm the best. Information are very important when it comes to this, and a little piece of information is can turn everything around, connecting the dots, because you have a lot of bits and pieces of information. Sometimes you just needed that one little piece of information to connect the dot and clarify so much. And once you got these two connected, now I can branch off to connect these other dots. These other dots, and next thing you know, you're connecting all these dots, and this whole picture starts to show up. It starts to make sense on all this. And that's why you need to know more information on this whole situation. And the best way to learn about it is from other targeted individuals. But what type of targeted individuals? Because there's a variety of targeted individuals. There are some that are just losing their shit. There's some that are about to go to prison. There's some that are about to get in trouble. There's some that's about to hurt people. And you don't want to listen to those people. There are some that are stuck. They go out and they think everyone is spying on them. That is stuck. They're treading water. It's just they can keep treading water. I mean, but for how long? They're just stuck. And if you like my videos, you need to keep following me because I'm going to help you find out exactly what they are. The information is so powerful, it's going to change the world. Shumo signing out. One time in the beginning, with all these gang stalking and gang stalkers and hearing these assholes, I went on a drive, take some scenic photos, and there was a creek, and an overpass of the creek. So what I did was I parked. I went under the overpass. The creek was dry, by the way. And as I went under the bridge, the overpass, guess what? The gang stalkers is no longer close to me. I couldn't hear them like I was hearing them back inside the car. They were actually way down the road where I parked. So get this, I was in this dry creek under the overpass, and I hear these gang stalkers really far away. Sound like they were way far away. And at first I didn't realize it, only until maybe a week later I started thinking about it. And that's why I realized, I was like, why was these gang stalkers so far away? So the more I thought about it, and I came to a realization, maybe it has something to do with the power lines, the power pole. Because at that time, I actually do believe it was like, government and all that stuff, police spying and all that stuff. So it must be something with electronics, right? Power, energy. And ever since then, I would start noticing when I turn off all my TVs, my computers, and everything else, when my room is super quiet, I could barely hear these guys. When I turn off my phone, I could barely hear these guys, these gang stalkers. One time, one of them even made a comment, "Oh, his phone is off." I just look on my face and what? Yeah, I heard that one time. And so now I realize it has a lot to do with sound. Yes, I guess in the targeted individual community, or the proper phrase they use is what's that word? Sound. I forgot the word they use. Something to do with sound. Gosh. But anyways, it has a lot to do with sound. And if things gets overwhelming for you, don't panic. Just put down your phone, maybe turn off the TV, turn off anything that generate a frequency static, like electronics, or just walk out of the room and go somewhere quiet. Now, I have to emphasize, if you live in the city, if you live somewhere extremely populated in the city or in some type of apartment complex with a lot of people, neighbors, it's going to be tough for you. When I say go somewhere quiet, I mean go somewhere quiet, like no power lines or very minimal, like no street lights, no fast food, restaurants literally at the corner, or stoplights at the corner. Just go somewhere super quiet. And the best place is nature. I know it's easier said than done for a lot of you because of your living situation, but figure it out. I mean, your environment is different from my environment, and I can only share with you what I know. Now, once you have the information, it's up to you to apply that to your own situation and go from there. That's all you can do. And that's all I can do for you. It's to share with you what I know. And if you think hard enough, you can find a solution for yourself. You will. Shimon signing out. Hey guys, I have a question for you. Have you ever made a wrong prediction? Have you ever thought about something only to find out later that you were wrong? I know I have. And I know you have too. If you disagree, then you really need to practice being fair to yourself. We all made the wrong prediction before. With that being said, I'm going to share something with you. Not everything in your mind are true. What does that mean? Well, as a targeted individual, you might have whatever thoughts in your head. Not all of them are true. And that's why it's important to have due diligence. It's important to keep an open mind. It's important to be fair. It's also good to give other people benefit of doubt. That is being philosophical. You don't want to shut the door too soon on someone just because you disagree with their opinion. You need to be fair, and you need to do your own research. With that being said, some of you believe that you know a lot of stuff, and you do here and there. We all know a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But once in a while, you also need to listen to other people's stories and keep an open mind. If you keep running into the wall like some of you targeted individual, blaming all day, every day about the government, and anyone that crossed your path as a gang stalker, then something just don't add up. How can the people that cross your path all be gang stalkers? Doesn't make any sense. Don't have so much hate for this world. Switch it up a little bit. Be calm. Give others benefit of doubt. Have more positive thinking. Don't be so negative. Don't believe everything in your head as correct, because I know for a fact we do make wrong predictions. With that being said, I'm going to keep this video short. And I hope from now on, all of you can be fair to yourself when it comes to your own decisions and your own judgment. Shum Hong signing out. I also come to a realization that I need to go more in depth into my personal experience so you guys can kind of have an understanding of how I discovered these informations and how I overcome those situations. So I'm going to start by saying a little bit about telling you guys about the beginning of all of this. So initially, when all this started, these gang stalkers would just basically talk about the things that I was doing. If I'm cleaning, they'll make comments about it. If I'm doing this, like driving or the way I'm driving, they'll make fun of me. If I don't throw on my blinkers, like my turn signals, they'll make some comment, they'll make some remarks. Usually it's something that kind of, in a way for them to laugh at me. If I go out, I can hear them talking on the next aisle over. If I go to the next aisle, I wouldn't see anyone there. Sometimes I would see, maybe a couple or just some guy standing there. And initially, I would believe that, okay, it must came from that guy. So we walk down the aisle and try to find a way to talk to them, to try to hear the way they talk and try to match the voice that I would hear from the gang stalkers. And let me tell you, not once did the person that's talked back to me in the next aisle over sounded like the gang stalkers. I would go driving and I would purposely take the next exit. I would drive past where I need to go, take the next exit, and loop back around on the side street. One time I did that, and then when I got to my destination, one of the gang stalkers like, "Oh, what took you so long?" It was kind of funny. I mean, it's frustrating at first. And one morning, I just had enough. Every time I wake up in the morning, they would start talking. I would start hearing them. And, it was difficult. Who wants someone to be looking at them, watching them take shit, take piss, take a shower, brush your teeth, eat dinner, or go on movie dates, or just go out, or even go to work? When I'm at work, I would hear them talking from above. And when I look up, I wouldn't see anything. I mean, there'll be buildings. And one time I started seeing these pigeons. So I would actually start thinking, could it possibly be spy pigeons? Like pigeons, it sounds very possible, because the government can just make a drone in the shape of whatever, and then just put a fake pigeon skin on it to make it look like a pigeon. So for a while, like maybe a week or two, I would hear them from above. on top of these buildings, and I was just thinking, man, they got spy pigeons, and I would hear them on the TV, and my mind would tell me, since I went to sleep a few times with the door unlocked, my mind would start telling me, oh, they must have snuck in and stole my keys, made copies of it while I was sleeping, and now they have access to my place, and somehow they when I'm at work, they would unscrew my TV and install a little speaker in there, like a little wireless Bluetooth speaker or whatever. So that's why I can hear them on my TV. And when I'm driving, I can hear them at a stoplight. I can hear them talking in the car next to me. It's almost like they're talking through the radio or something. And I can hear them on my radio. And I start thinking, oh man, they must have put like one of those bugs or a speaker in my car. So I would research about it, and I picked up one of those analog radios, those analog handheld radios. And if you move the radio, if you put on static and you move it along an area, if there's like a spy camera or a cell phone or any devices like that, you can hear the static changes. So I did that to my entire car, just kind of go through it. And I realized this is really bullshit, because there's many different spots in my car would give me a signal. So I would just kind of look through the whole area, try to find anything that's out of the ordinary. And it's just a waste of time. And then one day I woke up and they're doing the same thing, start talking trash. Well, not really talking heavy trash, but just being annoying, bothering me. And I just had enough. So what I did was I hit the wall like this. I hit the wall, and then I can hear them on the other side of the wall. So I was thinking, oh man, they're outside of my home on the other side of my wall. So I just, excuse me. Sorry, allergy. So I would hit the wall like this. I would just boom, hit the wall. And I said, fuck you. I just screamed out, fuck you. And then ever since that point on, they started talking mass shit about me. Like, it became very personal for them. But knowing myself, I wasn't going to stand down, because the way I see it, I'm in the act of self-defense. So they would start talking shit, and then I started just stuck with the fuck you. I would keep saying it. And ever since that moment on, it was just back and forth shit talking. And that's when I realized that the one that actually took it really personal was also the same one that was introduced initially in the beginning of all of this. So you need to think about the people that are gang stalking you. Well, people or you being gang stalked, the gang stalkers. Think back in the beginning when all this started. Do they have a name? Who was the very first one with a name? Because for me, that is the one that I made most of my audios talking trash about. And I guess you could call it the handler or whatever the community wants to call it. So you need to think back on it, and who was the first gang stalker that introduced itself to you? If you want to start making audios about this handler, it's up to you. All my audio is just talking trash about them. Play on low volume. And that reminded me of one very important thing. There are some targeted individuals out there. I would say majority of the targeted individuals, when they go out to the store, they are hearing gang stalkers. And they're believing it's these regular civilians. You need to try this. When you're in a store and they're talking trash about you, I know you're trying to keep your composure and try to be poised and try to be professional and not make a scene in public. That's exactly what you need to do. But at the same time, you're irritated. And I know you're not scared, but you want to find out who they are. You want to confirm that, they are these people. Because in the beginning, I would hear them talk trash and I would just not say anything. I would just listen to it, but just minding my own business. Obviously I was kind of like not comfortable about it, but I would just mind my own business. I would hear them. But that's not the way to go about it. Eventually, I started talking trash back to them inside, basically inside my mind. If I hear them say something about me, I would talk trash about their mother or talk trash about them inside. And guess what? They can hear me. They can hear me. They responded. From that moment on, I realized what I think or talk about, they can hear it. Now, they don't have to reveal themselves to you, because if they got you exactly stuck on believing it's real people, they never ever need to reveal themselves. But once you start talking back to them using your mind, you're going to realize they're going to start engaging you. And then that's where you're going to need to figure out, is it still the regular people in public? Because that's the turning point. And that's where you're going to elevate to the next level. Is for you to realize the gang stalkers are not the people in public. And if you want to believe they are the regular people in public, then you really are stuck. And I feel sorry for you, and I want to help you. If you watch my videos, I hope you realize I'm sincerely trying to help you targeted individuals. If you have any doubt that I'm trying to help you, then there's a huge disconnect with reality. I'm here to help you guys. And I hope this video will elevate your awareness. With that being said, go ahead and go practice that. No fear. These gang stalkers are not going to kill you. So don't do anything stupid where you can potentially screw your own self over. Shimon, signing out. Hey everyone. For those of you that are not true targeted individuals watching my videos, I would assume that you would think that I'm crazy. I would imagine you're thinking, wow, this person is talking about the voices that he hears in his head. I don't blame you for thinking that, because if you're not a true targeted individual, you simply just do not understand. With that being said, I'm going to continue to make videos sharing my personal experience, and I will continue to help other targeted individuals out there. And it just doesn't bother me at all. And I encourage all the true targeted individuals out there to participate in my videos by commenting, sharing your personal experience, sharing your situation, and just let the story be told and just let the information out. Because I know some of you watches my video and you want to make a comment, but you're probably thinking, oh, you don't want the police or you don't want the government to track you and all these other stuff. Well, guess what? They can already track you. Searching for gang stalking, targeted individuals, uploading any videos regarding it, they already know about you. Who cares? You're not hurting anyone. You're not trying to scheme up something to do something terrible. Just be yourself. Don't worry about that stuff. Feel free to comment. I want to know about your story. So with that being said, in today's video, if you tried my method from the previous video and you're currently communicating with your gang stalkers, I don't know what type of relationship you have with them. I can only tell you from personal experience that I do not like any of my gang stalkers. And I talk to them in a way that I don't talk to anybody else in my personal life. Meaning, I talk to them like trash. And it's well deserved for them because they are a bunch of a-holes. Now, if you actually have a good relationship with your gang stalkers so far, I need you to know something. Do not trust the gang stalkers. Do not trust them. They are very good at playing good guy, bad guy. Yes, the good guy, bad guy. They are master at it. With that being said, do not trust them. Do not believe them when they are threatening you. If they threaten you about, oh, if you don't do certain things, they're going to hurt your family, they're going to hurt your friends. Do not believe them. Do not do anything that will hurt people. Don't even entertain them. Your goal is to practice to be firm in your communication with them. If you want them to stop talking to you, then you should be firm with that. If you don't want to listen to them, then you need to practice ignoring them. But at the same time, if you're going to practice ignoring them, it will take you years to master. Yes, it will. Don't just talk to them nicely one day and then the next day talk to them like trash, because it's just a waste of time. If you have a good relationship with them and you want to keep them around, that's on you. But don't do things for them. You don't have to do anything for them. Because as soon as you start doing things for them, they're going to demand you to do more stuff for them. And whenever they demand you to do things, they also take away your time, your focus, your energy, And so far, from my personal experience, they have nothing good in return. Let me tell you a story. The first time I realized to not trust these a-hole happened years ago. They made me believe that they have the ability to help me in a casino. So one night I went to the casino thinking, wow, these guys are actually going to be able to help me, win some money. And my intention was to go into the casino and just, play maybe 8 hands, double up 8 hands in Baccarat. Just double 8 times. Just let me double 8 times in Baccarat. And as soon as I sat down at the table, they stopped talking. Yeah. They were talking the whole time, all the way to the casino. As soon as I sat down at the table, they stopped talking. I lost a couple $100 that night. I mean, I was only there for about an hour. But that's when I realized these guys are just liars. And from that moment on, I never trust them. Never. And you should do the same. Do not trust these gang stalkers. Never ever trust them. Do not believe them. Your goal is to get rid of them. And it will take time, because I can still hear my gang stalkers. But it's not like the beginning, where they were just constantly annoying me and constantly frustrating me. Now I'm just easy breezy. I have my own method of messing with them. Not just the audio. I have other methods to do it. And I will teach you guys later on. But for the meantime, I want you guys to know, don't get caught up in this relationship with these gang stalkers. Do not trust them. With that being said, be good, enjoy your life, take care of your business, find a hobby, hang out with your family and friends, and no fear. Shimhong signing out. In my comment section, there were a few viewers. They openly call me a perpetrator. And I find that extremely shocking, because if you follow my videos, you will know I am here trying to help targeted individuals by sharing my own personal experience. And I know my experience is unique. It's one of a kind experience, because I have researched, I have looked at other people's channels, I have watched other people's videos. And if you sincerely believe I'm a perpetrator, then something is wrong with the way you project reality, because I know my videos is aimed towards being positive and overcome the fear that are in majority of the targeted individuals. And I try to provide a solution. Okay, that's the key, a solution. Because many of these targeted individuals out there with these gang stalking videos, all they're doing is just complaining and whining. They're complaining, they're whining about a problem, but there's real no solutions. Or they just kind of give a bunch of answers when in reality they have no idea which one is the truth. For instance, there are many targeted individuals out there. They will upload videos of gang stalkers in public, right? They walk by a group of people and these targeted individuals will say, oh, those are gang stalkers. You know, a person walk by them and they'll be like, oh, that's a gang stalker. A kid, you know, out of school's walking past them and they'll be like, oh, those kids, they're wearing certain color, they're gang stalkers, right? Someone's wearing the color blue, they're gang stalkers. Someone wearing color red, they're gang stalkers. Oh, there's a red car, that's a gang stalker. You know how many red cars are out there? Do you know how many blue cars are out there? Think about it. Just think about it. That is such nonsense. It's nonsense to believe all color coordinated with this red or blue or white or whatever. It's gang stalkers or gang stalking related. That's terrible. Just terrible. Absolutely terrible. And I feel bad for these people because they're so stuck. They are uploading videos that shows how crazy they are. And they're bringing a bad name to targeted individuals out there who actually wants to get help and wants to get answers. Yeah, even for someone like me, a TI. Like I have bad reputation due to other crazy TIs out there who are stuck in fear. And they'll upload all these videos on YouTube falsely accusing these regular people, regular civilians as gang stalkers. It's like they go out in public. It's like everybody's a gang stalker. Come on. You know, they believe their families are gang stalker. They believe their families are part of the gang stalking program. They believe their roommates are gang stalkers. They believe their cousins are gang stalkers. Are you fucking serious? Oh, excuse my language. Are you serious? Wake up. They're not gang stalkers. I know exactly who these gang stalkers are, and I know exactly what they look like. And you will find out soon enough. But one thing you have to realize is stop uploading videos of innocent people and portraying them as gang stalkers. Because they're not. I saw a video of this lady. She just came out of Walmart. And this lady just came out of Walmart. And there was a car. There was a car that's with the headlights on, right? Pointing at her direction. And she's just, you know, putting her groceries into the trunk of her car. And the entire time she's filming the car with the headlights on saying, oh, look at that car. It's a red color and it's with the headlights on looking at me. It's like, you know, gotta be a gang stalker. And I'm like, big freaking deal. So what if their headlights are on? You're in public. How sensitive are you? Like, you gotta be extremely overly sensitive to have to believe, oh, it's someone else in the car because it's red and have the headlights on pointing at your direction. Oh, they're gang stalkers. It's like, what? Come on. They could be in their car, just look at their phone, waiting for someone to come out, and they just didn't turn off the engine. They kept the car running. Who knows? Big freaking deals. Like, what are they doing to you? Seriously, what is that car really doing to you for you to label them as gang stalkers? What, just because they have their headlights on, that's invading your space? You're out in public. Stop being overly sensitive. Is videos like that really bring a bad name to TIs like me and the ones out there who actually wants to get help. Okay? It just brings a bad name. Anyone that's not going through this gang stalking thing watches videos like that, it's gonna be like, oh, this lady's crazy. Come on. If you're a true TI, you know you're being gang stalked. I know you're being gang stalked because I'm a TI and I've been gang stalked. And I'm still getting annoyed by these guys once in a while, but it's not like in the beginning. It's like, and also this lady, she came out of a store, and in the car next to hers, the alarm was on. The alarm was on, okay? And she's like, okay, she came out of the store and the car alarms are on. And, you know, this never, ever really happens. This is part of their noise, whatever campaign, or this is their way of distracting her or stressing her out, whatever. I'm like, big freaking deal. The car alarm's on. Just get in your car and leave. Who cares? Someone else's car. It's like, why you gotta be like, oh, this car's alarm is on? It's because it's trying to distract her or trying to like mess with her. Like, what the heck? Come on. That's like hypersensitive. Someone dropped some change in front of them and they'll be like, oh, they purposely did that just to annoy me. It's like, what? Someone walked by in front of them, they're like, oh, they walked by in front of me because they want to prevent me from getting into the store 2 seconds faster. It's like, what the heck? But that's me being sarcastic, but it's nonsense. And when you try to explain to these TIs, like, well, what exactly bothered you? Like, what type of harassment are they doing to bother you? And they can't even explain it. I got one guy, I'm trying to help, sincerely trying to help, and he ended up eventually calling me a fake, calling me a liar. Are you serious? I asked this person, I'm like, okay, what exactly did the person do to harass you? And their response was, oh, I don't want to play your mind game. What? Mind game? What mind game? I asked you a question, you can't even answer me, you can't even tell me. You ignore my question. It's like, okay, whatever. See, I don't care if you actually believe me or not. I'm not going to waste my time to try to convince you. All I'm doing is sharing my own personal experience. And if you watch my video, you know I know a lot of stuff. That's a fact. So if you try to deny me and call me a perp or call me a fake, shame on you. I'll call you out because that's the only way to help you. So what exactly did these people do in public to harass the TI? Right? One might be walking and all of a sudden heard some verbal harassment from across the street. And the TI will look over there and see a person in that direction. And that TI might believe, okay, it's got to be that person because the sound comes from that direction. Right? Or it might be in the store and hear some verbal harassment coming from the back. And they walk to the back and notice only one dude standing there, or one dude and a couple ladies. And since the voice sounded like it's from a guy, that TI automatically assumed it's going to be that dude. I wouldn't do that. You know what I did? I actually go talk to the person. I kind of be like, hey, those are some nice shoes, nice Nikes. Or just say, oh, excuse me, sorry. Grab something in front of them. And usually they'll say something like, oh, it's okay. Oh, no problem. And I would match that voice with the voice that I actually heard the verbal harassment. I would match them. And guess what? They never match. But not for me, at least. So after a while, I knew, okay, this person's voice don't match the same voice that I heard, but they're in the same direction. What the heck? You have to investigate these things. You have to Don't be afraid. Don't be scared, because a lot of you make videos of calling other people targeted gang stalkers, but yet you don't say anything, acknowledge them, so you don't even get to hear if their voice matches with that verbal harassment voice. You have to do some detective work. Use process of elimination. Okay? If you hear those voices, try to go engage that person. Be friendly, be nice. Try to listen to their tone of voice and see if it matches up with the verbal harassment voices that you hear. Don't be making no videos about, oh, gang stalkers in public. You already know you're being gang stalked. You're a TI, you know you're being gang stalked. I know you're being gang stalked. You don't need to make videos of innocent civilians and claim and accuse them of being gang stalkers. Focus on finding a solution. Don't brag about the problems. You're just bragging about problems. Like, you're looking for reassurance. You want to reassure yourself that other people out there can hold your hand or something, give you a hug, and let you know, oh yeah, you're being gang stalked. Yeah, you're being gang stalked. Duh, of course you're being gang stalked. Don't talk about the problem. Talk about the solution. If you want to talk about the problem, also talk about the solution. All right? This is why this whole community of targeted individuals, over 90% of them are crazy. Because, well, I would say not more unfortunate, because not every one of them live where I live. Where I live, my neighbors, obviously behind me is really far away. Like I said in my videos, I can investigate. I did a lot of stuff. I spent a lot of money on different gadgets. So I investigated a lot of things. I have a lot of answers that none of you have. If you know someone out there who has more of a solution than me, please share, because I wanna watch their videos. I wanna learn from them as well. Try to focus on the solution. Don't brag about the problem. That is it for now. You guys take care and watch my videos many times. Sometimes you might need to watch a video 3 or 4 times to really remember the information, to store the content into your mind. The gang stalkers, they're not scary. Stop making them seem like they're all scary. Like, don't be afraid. Just go out and enjoy life. Shimon signing out. Hey guys. There was a lot of criticism for my last video. I was getting comments saying I was being too aggressive and putting other targeted individuals, being them kind of making fun of them, putting them down. And if I did offend you, I want to say I'm sorry. I know at times my words are harsh. It's difficult to accept. And I do this because it's the only way to really jump kick or jump start someone's mind again. And I know this because I'm a TI, and for years I was living in a trance. Like, I'm kind of high in trance, kind of between reality and fantasy. And that's what I noticed with a lot of TIs nowadays. All these negative thoughts are consuming the reality. And I was living every day of my life believing people were out to get me, or people were put here on earth just to sabotage my life. And I was very stubborn. I wouldn't let other people's opinions infiltrate my mind. I didn't believe what other people would tell me. I wouldn't believe them if they were coming out of their own words or their own experience in dealing with depression or negativity or even trust. Now, some TI said I wasn't providing any solutions in my previous video, and I disagree with that. Every one of my video have a solution, and if you're a TI that's looking for just one solution to end gang stalking, there's no such thing. There is no one solution to fix gang stalking or to get rid of gang stalking. You have to realize gang stalking has infiltrated your life. You have to deal with it, and the way to do it is by changing your lifestyle. That's a fact. Whatever you were doing before gang stalking started, before you realized you can gang stalk, that lifestyle, most likely it's not going to be the same. Where you're going to need to change and have a completely new way of approaching life. Now, let's think about this. Gang stalking is, the whole experience is very negative. Do we all agree? Yeah? It's an extremely negative experience. Every day is stressful. Every day is depressing. Every day it feels like there's no hope. But all those negative feelings goes away when you stop thinking about it more, by being distracted by positive stuff, right? And these positive distractions are hanging out with your family, hanging out with your loved ones, hanging out with your friends, or going to events where you really look forward to, or going out and doing things that you love doing. When you put your mind into doing these things, positive things, all of a sudden you forgot about gang stalking. All of a sudden gang stalking is put to the back of your mind. It's no longer what's bothering you for that period of time. And that's why I kept encouraging UTIs to think more positively, even though it's difficult because it's such a negative experience dealing with gang stalking. But you don't have any other choices. If you're ready to exit gang stalking, you have to accept the fact that you have to change your lifestyle, and you're going to have to be this way for the rest of your life. You have to tell yourself your lifestyle is not going to be the same for the rest of your life. So moving forward, you're going to need more positive energy, more positive thoughts, more positive activities, more love, more communication with friends, find new friends, or start projects, create something. You're going to need a lot more of these positive energy to balance all the negative from gang stalking, the yin and the yang. Because all of a sudden, all these negative energy just came into your life, gang stalking. Now you're just completely just weighted down with negative. Well, you're gonna need to put some work in to generate more positive to balance the scale. Otherwise, you'll be extremely depressed. Majority of the days is gonna be a downer for you. And over time, after a couple of years of these negative energy, you're gonna lose hope. Most of you. Until someone comes along and just kick you in the butt, wake you up. And I hope I'm that person to kick you in the butt and wake you up, because if you're ready to exit gang stalking, I'm here to help you. There's no one solution. There's many little solutions that you need to incorporate into your life moving forward. Number one is no fear. Don't be scared of these gang stalkers. Number two, you generate positive things. What's your vote signing out? Some of you might have experienced a certain discomfort in your body. You might have a blurry vision when you're driving, or you might have headaches. You might have strong tension on your shoulder, on your neck. You might have problem performing in bed. Your hands might not be as strong as what you remember, or your overall strength. It's not like before. And I went through all of this. Your hands might look skinnier than what you remember. It looks like it's kind of been going through a tough battle. Sometimes you have cramps when you are carrying certain things, or even when you're carrying something, all of a sudden you remember these things used to be so light, but now it feels like it's extra heavy, or it's extra harder for you to carry these things. You feel like you get exhausted easier, and your energy, it's not like maybe just a few years back. And out of all these symptoms, the one that bothers you the most are most likely the headache. And of course, each TI go through these symptoms slightly at a different time period, or might not even experience them at all, or maybe they are experiencing them, but they just don't even realize that's happening. The first time I found out about it, well, actually for a year or two, I've been telling myself, I've been asking myself, gosh, my hands is just not as strong as before. Like I can't really grip onto things like I used to grip onto things. Or I recognized that my strength was just kind of slowly going away, or things were getting difficult. Just moving heavier stuff around. And initially I didn't think much of it. Maybe I'll just tell myself I'm getting older. But now that I know what's going on, these conditions are caused by these gang stalkers. If you're a TI, I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. But a lot of you don't know how they're doing it. That's fine. I will let you know later. But don't worry about how they do it. Focus on how to minimize these damages. I'm sure you guys seen videos of people putting foil on their head. They get these Faraday fabric to cover their head, and they do work. Yes, they do work somewhat to block the headaches and stuff, but it's not gonna take away the voice to skull, hearing them in your mind, hearing them inside your head. Those things ain't gonna take it away. But don't worry about the voices in your head, because the voices in your head, you are the one in charge. Never ever let the voices in your head scare you, because, like I said many times, the TI is in the driver's seat. And that explains why I prefer to talk shit to them. Oh, excuse my language. I prefer to talk trash to them. See, inside my head, I understand the no fear mentality. And inside my head, I talk a lot of trash to them. I mean, they still talk once in a while, but now it's just, like, not to a point where they're so disrespectful. And they know I'm a mean person if they tick me off. And not all TI can be a mean person. And if you want to play the nice way, I wouldn't have any information for you, because I didn't experience playing the nice way. I played the mean way. I talked to them really mean. And if you can do it the nice way, more power to you. So don't worry about the voices in your head. That you're the one in charge. Remember that. And it's going to take practice. Some will do it in months, some will do it in weeks, others will do it in a year or two. But it's going to take practice. It's like a daily practice till most likely the end of your life. So you have to accept you're gonna have to do this for the rest of your life. And you're gonna need to be able to control it and balance your temper to a point where you won't act out in public. Now, when it comes to these other pains, what I like to use is a weighted blanket. Blanket You can buy them. They're like 15 pounds or 20-pound blankets. I like to just put that over my body, and I feel like, no joke, some type of tension just lifted off of me. Of course, you can't be walking around every day with one of these blankets, but just when you're at home, when you're in private, just have one of these blankets just wrap around your body when you start feeling these tensions. But the most important thing you have to understand, you have to be active on, is when you get headaches, you have to massage your head. You have to use your hands and start massaging the areas that hurts. Just block it with your hand and just massage your head, massage it, massage your head. Do that for like 5-10 minutes until you feel like you're actually feeling better. And it's good to actually get up and walk around. Don't stay in one area for too long. You start having headaches because you're sitting there, or having back cramps. All of a sudden your lower back start cramping really bad on one side, the left side or the right side, just start cramping like that. Use one of your hand and start rubbing it. Do whatever is easy for you. Just start rubbing your hand on the area that hurts you. Just do that for a couple minutes. You have blurry vision when you're driving, because I didn't know this for years, but whenever I drive home from work, I feel like everything was just so bright. I'm like, why is it so bright? I can barely see. So for over a year, I had no idea this was what was going on with me and why it's like that. But now I know. So when you have these blurry vision, you're gonna have to wear some polarized sunglasses. So if you don't have one of those in your car, go get one. I mean, spend $30 on one, or you can buy it. A Maui Jim or a Ray-Ban. Spend $200 on one. It's up to you. But get one of those. And it's good to have a spray bottle of water in your car. As a matter of fact, have another spray bottle inside your home. I notice whenever I spray water on my face as I'm driving, whenever it gets blurry, I feel like my eyes are just so heavy and everything's just so bright. And sometimes I even feel like I could fall asleep. Like it was just like, feels like almost like everything just looks kind of blurry, kind of like faded, kind of like definitely in a trance-like state. I just feel like, oh, I could fall asleep. And get that spray bottle and do 2 spray on your face, and you're gonna feel like so much better. You're gonna wake up from that, you're gonna feel so much better. And try not to rub your eyes, because I don't recommend rubbing your eyes, but just rub above your eyebrows. Just massage above your eyebrows, and that will make you feel so much better. And if your hands start having these cramps, like your tendons, all of a sudden, like your blood vessels, you feel like they're cramping up, apply pressure to it. Rub it. Yeah. You ever seen people like kind of slap their legs, their thighs, or their arm? Well, actually, slapping your own arms and thighs and legs is actually, it's okay. It sounds weird, but you're actually helping blood flow to that area. Because whenever you like get hit in an area, all of a sudden blood rushes to the area. So you're helping more blood flow to the area. That's why you've seen some people when they exercise, they kind of slap their hands, slap their legs, slap their knees in the morning to help your blood flow to those areas. And one of the major things that target individuals, especially for the males, pay attention to your groin area, because you might feel like it's a very subtle feeling, very subtle. You wouldn't actually recognize any of these feelings in the beginning unless you just lie there and completely try to relax your body. And all of a sudden you would feel these strange tension on your body and these little strange pressure points. So recognize these things. Your groin area, especially, because for male, I know these gang stalkers, they love to attack your balls. What can you do about it? Well, put some lotion. Put some oil, some type of oils that can just give it a layer of protection. Massage your balls, I guess. Help the blood flow, I guess. I mean, the key is to move your body around if your pain is getting too intense. Massage the areas that you're feeling pain, and don't just sit there and not do any of those things. Don't just sit there and have headaches, but just thinking, oh, I'll just take a sleeping pill, or I'll take a painkiller and go to sleep. I mean, if it numbs the pain away for you, that works good. But after a while, you touch that part of your head, you all of a sudden start feeling that area is kind of numb. It's like you just hit your head on something. It's kind of like numb. That's because that's been happening to you every day for a long time. Yeah, I know this. You're actually gonna notice your overall energy is being sucked out of you, or something else is grabbing onto you. Don't be scared. Soon enough, you're gonna know exactly what's happening. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys exactly what your gang stalker looks like. I'm gonna tell you guys how to deal with them and how to mess with them. It's only fair, isn't it? It's like popping bubbles. Shum Hong, signing out. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? I was on some forums and I saw a post from this newly made account, and this user, in this post, the user mentioned how he or she was in a program, a gang stalking program, and how he or she can get the targeted individual off the list. And obviously, it's a scam. I know there are TIs out there whom are just so confused and so scared. They just want all this to be over. And some of these TIs are willing to pay money for the problem to go away. And when there are people that are vulnerable, you're gonna get predators. And these scammers we mentioned the dark web and how their name is in the dark web, and they can get their name taken off the list, and all this is going to go away. And most likely, probably have something to do with uh, sending money, most likely probably through cryptocurrency. I don't know, or anything that's not trackable. I can't imagine there's another form of sending money without being tracked that's better than cryptocurrency. Don't ever do that. There is no list with your name on it. There is no deleting your name from the dark web or taking you off of some program. It's not true. None of that is real. It's all fake. It's a lie. There's no one out there that can help you battle this gang stalking phenomenon other than yourself. You are on your own battle, and you must do it on your own. You can research and learn from other TIs to understand what's going on, and maybe from there you can apply your own knowledge and experiment to figure out for yourself what is happening. But there is no quick, easy method to get away from all of this. This is a battle you're going to have to do on yourself, on your own. And that's why I always teach the no fear mentality. That's the number one core principle. Because by having no fear, you have home court advantage inside your mind. And if you don't have home court advantage inside your mind, you're losing the battle. Having no fear is over 50% of the battle. And you must understand no fear. I know it's easier said than done, but you're just going to have to tell yourself you're not scared and don't let these gang stalkers bother you. And that's how you're going to have to approach everything in life moving forward to the last moment. You're going to have to battle this thing, and you are in the driver's seat and you must take control. Now, if you're not experiencing voice to scold, or you're not believing in the voice to scold, then you're behind. You really are. Because you are receiving voice to skull, but you just don't realize it. If you're a true TI, you're getting voice to skull. And it's a good thing, because once you realize that, now you can use it to strengthen your mind. One thing I like to do is I talk trash. And the more I made these videos, I doubt there's a way to go around it. I doubt being nice to these gang stalkers will actually work, because they are evil in nature and they have this bully mentality. And since you can't see them and you're receiving these verbal abuse inside your head, voice to skull, the only defense and offense you have is by being firm and being mean, super mean, really mean, like talking trash. It works for me. You don't need to get into dialogue with them. If you're committed to talking trash, just pick one or two words or pick a sentence. Preferably the less words, the better. And just repeat the same words. In here, though. And over time, you will realize that these gang stalkers can't keep up with you. They can't talk trash like you. And you're going to also notice the dynamic's going to change. They were abusive before, but once you start talking trash to them, they're going to become a little bit more conservative. They're going to step back a little bit. And maybe from there, one of you out there can actually figure out more about these gang stalkers. Maybe then you can start realizing they'll take you more seriously and not bully you around. And maybe from there, you can actually have a normal conversation with them. Once they realize they need to respect you and watch what they say to you. But for now, just know there is no magic list. Your name is not on any program, and you can't pay your way to get out of it. No money can do it. No money. It's a battle you're going to have to do on your own. Because no one can read your mind other than these gang stalkers and yourself. So it's you against them. And if you want to secure home court advantage, you're going to need to understand no fear mentality. You are the boss of your own head. So if you're a nice person, a shy person, well, it's about time to change it up. Stand your ground. Be firm. Talk trash. Mo signing out. Hey everybody. I want to know how you guys been doing with your situation, and if any of you have tried out the audio method or try talking trash, please comment below, because I would love to know about your situation. When I watch videos from other targeted individuals, they would point the camera at someone out in public and state the fact that, oh, that person is a gang stalker. These targeted individuals are so sure. From the tone of their voice, they are so sure that person standing there talking on the cell phone, it's a gang stalker. Now, I'm curious to know how and what gave it away for you to know so sure that person's a gang stalker. If you know that's a gang stalker for sure, what exactly is that person doing to harass you? Because I've seen videos where someone just standing in a corner talking on the cell phone, and the TI would walk by and kind of point the camera at the person, and then eventually say, oh, that's just such an obvious gang stalker. Please explain how, like what was the giveaway? I mean, and what type of harassment did this person do? Because in videos, I didn't see any harassment. And the only one I can think of is just hearing verbal abuse coming from that direction. Now, when it comes to harassment, when I see videos like that, to me, that's really minor stuff. You're out in public. Yeah, they're trying to mess with you. You got to keep your poise, your composure. That is just really minor stuff, because I haven't seen one videos where the gang stalker is actually really verbally abusing the TI. And that never happened to me. I used to believe, oh, the people out in public in a certain directions are actually the gang stalkers, because that's where I heard the verbal abuse coming from. But that phase only lasted about no more than 2 months for me, 2-3 months. And it never really made me want to lose my cool in public until the voice to skull start happening. Now, if you're a TI, most of you will agree. If you're getting voice to skull and you're getting harassment, that type of harassment is way more serious than previously when you go out in public and you hear people hear verbal abuse from a direction, and you would assume, oh, it's that person because that person is coming from that direction or they're standing there. The real abuse
is when you start receiving voice to skull. That is harassment. And I didn't know I was receiving these voice to skull for a while. I just thought they were playing through like a speaker, like a little Bluetooth speaker. I would think, you should think, oh, Gang Stalker must have bought these little Bluetooth speakers, wireless, and they've kind of scattered them all over my property. And that's how I can hear them from like these directions. Because if you watch my videos, my neighbors are way out there. So when I'm out here, I can look 360 degrees. I don't see nobody. But how come I hear voices coming from that direction? You see, that kind of gave me an advantage, give me a benefit, because I get to realize, wait a minute, there's no people over there, but I can hear the Gang Stalker from over there. So the most logical thing is they must have installed one of these little Bluetooth speakers, right? Got to be a little speaker. Otherwise, why would there be sound coming from there? I don't see anybody. And that was a great situation for me, turns out, because I get to really have a different perspective on it compared to some of UTI. If you're living in a populated area, like inside the city or somewhere with just a bunch of neighbors around, apartment complex, I doubt you would get that benefit. Actually, it would be worse for you, because if this was an apartment complex and I hear Gang Stalkers talking, I'll look, and there'll be someone's apartment, or I'll see, one of the neighbors outside playing basketball, whatever. I would think it's them. So if you live in apartment complex, condos with a lot of neighbors nearby, yeah, you have a tough situation. And that's why I'm here to share with you my experience. And maybe by listening to me, you can have a new perspective on this. I have no neighbors. And when I hear Gang Stalkers, I'll look and there'll be nobody there. So I would think it's little speakers. But obviously, moving forward, it turns out to be voice to skull. And once I realize it's voice to skull, that's when it takes a while to adjust to the harassment, because they'll constantly talk. Any little thing I do, they'll criticize, or some of them will actually talk badly about certain things. They'll even tell me stuff that are lies. Like they'll tell me stuff like, "Oh, your girl's been stealing from you." They'll tell me stuff like that. So think about it. This is very important, because voice to skull, you're actually very vulnerable if you actually believe everything they tell you. And initially, I would actually, after an argument with my girlfriend, and they would tell me, "Oh, she's been stealing stuff from you." And obviously, at that moment, I would kind of like have these thoughts like, okay, maybe it is possible, And then they would always like add in these little like negative comments until eventually, one time, they say my girl stole my keys, right? I couldn't find my keys. They said she stole it. I was like, what? So I was looking for it, and then eventually, I found it in the truck. This other truck that I drive, that my girlfriend don't even drive. I just found it in there. So it just dropped out of my pocket. But the whole time, literally for hours, I was believing that my girl actually stole my keys because she was probably mad at me or something. So you see how these voice to skull, they can really mess with your head if you really believe it. And that's only one example. I mean, these things can branch off into many negative situations. So when you're receiving voice to skull, that moment, it is the moment where you have to realize someone just kicked down your door. They just enter your home. What are you going to do? You're going to defend. You're going to stand your ground. Because it's your home. It's your mind. Where else are you going to go? There's nowhere to go. Am I right? So you're going to defend. And by defending, what I mean is by having no fear in your head. And when I mean no fear, it means not as in no fear for anything in life. No fear as in here in your mind against these voice to skull. See, by having no fear against the voice to skull, you actually have home court advantage in your head. And that just puts you on the winning side of the battle. And that's how it all just comes together. That's why I keep mentioning no fear, no fear. There's no fear against the voiceless skull, and that's in your head. Now, if you're actually having, I don't know how your conversations are with your voiceless skull. If you're actually having some very intellectual conversations, then that's fine. But if they start talking a lot, what to a point where it's bothering you, or at any moment they try to scare you with anything, at any moment you feel like this is just not comfortable, it's too much, immediately stand your ground. You are in the driver's seat. Don't be scared. They're just voices. They're just words. And when it comes to that, you have more power than them. For me, for my situation, they talk a lot of, they criticize a lot. They're constantly yapping, talking. As soon as I wake up, they're talking and just bothering me. And I just had enough. And when I start talking trash, they're talking trash. Now I'm just really in my head, just like really talk trash. Like it got to a point where they're scared. But they'll still try to be an a-hole and still talk a little bit here and there. But as soon as I start getting into that mentality of just talking trash to them, they'll know. And they'll back off a lot. And if you really want these guys out of your head, then you don't need to say anything back other than just one or two words. If you want them to leave, just tell them to leave. And whenever they say something to you, voices call, your response is tell them to leave. And nothing else. Gotta be firm. That's all up to you. But from my research, they're invading your mind. They're invading your own personal well-being inside your head. And if they're helping you, obviously, you wouldn't be so stressed out. They're messing with you on purpose. And if you're shy, if you're too nice, well, now's the time to turn it around because you are defending your own mind. This is a battle that you have to conquer and you're going to have to do on your own. And you're going to have to win. And the first thing you got to do is no fear. So you just got to turn on the switch and tell yourself, these are just voices. They're just words. They make fun of your mom. Hey, it's going to bother you initially, but it's going to take time. I mean, when I say time, it's different. Like some will take months to get used to because they'll say anything. They'll say the worst. What's the worst thing anyone can say to you? It's probably going to kill your family, right? Or they're going to kill this, they're going to kill your loved ones, or they're going to kill you. I mean, that to me, that's probably the worst thing anyone can say. And understand, just accept it. If they say that to you, don't let it bother you. Don't get scared. Stick with your plan. You're going to tell me to leave, tell me to leave. If you're okay with being a mean person, talking trash, talk your trash. As soon as you hear them and you want them to shut up, just talk back, talk trash to them, and then tell them to leave. Or if you're too nice, you don't want to talk trash, you don't want to use any curse words, then just tell them to leave. Just stick with the same phrase. Don't even entertain anything they say because they'll say anything imaginable, the worst thing imaginable, the things that will really get to that would really hit you at that soft spot where you feel like, oh, that's disgusting. They'll do it. It's okay. Just words. The big picture is you gotta have to win the battle inside your head. And once you understand this and once you start doing it, it's gonna take you time, maybe a couple months. I mean, it depends on your gang stalker. Some might take a year or longer. Depends how tough, how firm you are and how you approach this whole situation. But you will notice you're winning the battle. And you will notice every time you talk trash to them, especially for me, I feel amazing. I feel like I got a boost of courage. I feel like these a-holes deserve it. And I feel like I'm gaining more control of my own personal space. So with that being said, be patient and practice being firm, being tough, And you're gonna need to dominate these gang stalkers when it comes to voice to skull. You have to. There's no other way. You must dominate these gang stalkers in the voice to skull. And you will. Shumho, signing out.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing today? I'm here in beautiful Maui on vacation. Figure I'll make a video for you guys. Now, all you TIs out there, I know you try so many times try to be one up on these gang stalkers. You always wonder why are these guys always there? Why do these gang stalkers always know what you're doing? How do they always know where you're gonna be? Well, I'll tell you why. Whatever you know, the gang stalker knows. Whatever you know in your head, the gang stalker knows. Whatever you have planned, the gang stalker knows. So what does that mean? That means anything you learn, anything you study, anything you try, or anything you plan to try, these gang stalker will know. You're never ever one step ahead of them. They know just as much as you. So whatever you know, they know. And that is why they're always just right there by you. They always just seems to be sidestepping with you. That's a fact. And that's why you feel like they're always one up on you. Don't stress over it. No fear. Look at me. I'm easy breezy. I just got a massage because they've been hitting my back. So I just got a massage and I feel great. Feel wonderful, actually. And that's how you guys should feel. Calm, at peace, and don't let these guys bother you too much. And with that being said, start accepting the fact that they know exactly what you know. So you don't have an advantage on them. But that doesn't mean you can't be a badass. No fear. Talk trash. Using your head. Give it some time. Some of you is going to take years. It took me years. Just be strong. Hang in there. Soon enough, you're going to know what they are. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to show you exactly what they look like. Exactly what they look like. Shumho, signing out. Hi, everybody. I just got back home. Landed about 10:30 p.m. tonight, or last night, because right now it's like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I had a lot of fun in Maui. It was haven't gone on a vacation in over 2 years, and it's a great vacation. I reserved the tickets 4 months in advance and rented a car. Did all that literally 4 months in advance. The prices shot up. If I were to plan it last month, instead of paying $90 a day for a Mustang GT convertible, I would have been looking at $700 a day for the same car. So, and the hotels were ridiculous. I checked 3 weeks ago, and they were like $1,000 a night. But since I got reserved mine 4 months earlier, I was paying about $200 a night. Beachfront. So yeah, plan your vacations early. It makes a huge difference. Um, so I feel like talking tonight, and if you have time, you should just hang out and just watch my video or watch this video. If you've been following all my videos, one thing they all have common is I don't have a script. I don't write out anything. I just think about it, maybe a couple minutes before making a video, and then I'll just go with it. And the reason I can do that is because everything I'm sharing with you guys are the truth. And the truth holds the authority. The truth always comes out natural. I don't need to worry about covering my track if I was lying, but I'm not. So every one of my video is just no script. I just tell it like it is. And for those of you that don't watch my videos in its entirety, you're really missing out, because I noticed a lot of my advice are really good towards the end of the video. So with that being said, watch my videos when you have the time to watch from beginning to end. Because if you're a TI and you're stressed out and you want help, well, let me tell you, sometimes just that one piece of information, would connect the dots. And once you have the dot connected, all of a sudden, this connection makes sense. Well, now the process of elimination, now all of a sudden, all these other what if scenarios clearly don't make sense no more. So you can get rid of them. And from that one connection, now you can branch off, maybe connecting other dots. And once you start building these connections, the big pictures start coming in. Now, for most of you, that big picture will most likely not come to view unless you have help. And I'm here to help you, because I have a responsibility to help society. And right now, the society is heading towards a direction that's just very selfish, ego driven, and easily manipulated. And I'm not talking about government or politics, okay? I'm just talking about TIs, targeted individuals. And TIs, a true TI, is a very valuable person. We are very valuable. And that is because we have a skill that over 90% of the people in the world do not. And for me to just tell you what that skill is, it's too easily just overvalued or just ignored, too easily ignored. And that's why all my videos is so slow paced. And I'm letting you know, I know what these gang stalkers are, but I'm not telling you who they are. I'm not showing you who they are, because like I said many times, the answer is all over YouTube. And for me to just show you, you most likely just brush it off. And I realize the best method is for me to build up my credibility. And if you've been following my channel You know my credibility is strong. I know it because I'm the best. I'm the best TI. Oh, finally, there was a comment. Thank you. Um, I forgot the user. I think it's Sean. I'm sorry, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But thank you for acknowledging that. And that makes me feel like I'm doing something right. And the first 20 videos, it's very just basic. Okay, I would call it basic. Now the next 20 videos that will be showing you, it will be extreme, world-changing information, very intense. There's a part of me that also wants to put it on ink officially, submit it to the Library of Congress, because the information I have is world-changing and also holds the answer to a lot of the, I would say, the three biggest question, one of the three biggest questions in humanity. Now, obviously that's subjective, but if you're watching this, what are the three most important questions in the world? If you were going to get the answer to these three questions, what would be the three most important questions? Now, I know overwhelmingly one or two of these questions are going to be across the board about the same question, right? I would imagine. Are we alone? What's life's purpose? Is there a God? I mean, that's just three off the top of my head. I'm sure you would have different questions. Some of you out there might be more to the extreme side, as in, um, can we live to 1,000 years, or how to live to 1,000 years old? You know, it's just something way out there. I mean, that's fine, but majority of you will have one or two of the same question, and I would imagine one of them is, "Are we alone?" Or, oh yeah, or, and is there life after death? Right? These two are probably going to be the majority of the across the board. These two questions. Now, these type of topics are so incredible. The more you think about it, you feel like a sense of like enlightenment. And topics like this, you will need to sit down with someone who's somewhat equal minded, to be able to have these type of conversation and sort of help each other elevate. Conversations like that you can't just put two people together and try to have a conversation like that. Is there life after death, or are we alone? I mean, and I feel like throughout history, a lot of these debates are just like that. It's the topic itself is, it's not well constructed, and when it comes down to it, it's just okay. Proof. I mean, that's what you guys all want. You want proof. I mean, for one, okay, let's talk about this. Is there life after death? Yes, absolutely. For anyone, now let's be fair, okay? I want to be fair. I don't want to be like an a-hole, because sometimes I know I can be an a-hole. Just to be fair, you and I are having conversation, and I'm telling you, yes, there is life after death, and yes, there is such thing as ghosts. If you have an open mind and your answer is maybe, I don't know if there is. I can't answer. Now, that is the proper response because anything that's not close to that response, it just means you haven't done enough in your research. If your response was, no, there's no such thing as ghosts, well, I know for a fact if that was your response, you haven't spent the time to research. Because if you dedicate 5 to 10 hours, now no lies, solid, fair, and honest 5 to 10 hours on the topic of ghosts, paranormal, life after death, the information is overwhelming. Just go on YouTube, look up ghost videos, CCTVs. It's easy for one to just discredit the footage and say, oh, that's video editing, without even thinking twice about verifying the information or just doing the proper research. And now, when you're going to dig into this topic, it's not fair unless you spend a good 5 solid hours researching this. I would say probably 10 to 20 hours, solid 20, 10 to 20 hours researching this topic. And it's going to lead you down rabbit's hole. And you're going to know the information dates back thousands of years, different cultures. It's not just in America. And as far as you can reach in civilizations and culture, as far back in history as you can go, there's always mentions of life after death and ghosts and paranormal. Now, for you true TIs out there, the next 20 videos is going to test your willingness to expand your mind, to elevate your consciousness. Because the stuff I'm going to be talking about are information that have been taught throughout history and have been mentioned by many people, famous or not so famous. But what's different about now is we have the internet, we have video cameras, we have cell phones, we have satellite imaging, we have translation. And thank God, I connected dots that no TIs have. And that's why I'm easy breezy. Now, the reason I connected these critical, crucial dots is because of where I live. Look, it's 2 a.m. right now. My neighbors are all sleeping. I'm just out here making a video for you guys. I can be out here all night if I want to. But of course I'm not. And imagine you're in my situation. And whatever the level of gang stalking, the abuse, your harassment you're getting. Now, if you take whatever you're going through and you put it here in my situation, you're going to have a lot of freedom to experiment. You're going to have a lot of freedom to test out different theories. And for the last few years living here, I was blessed with having the opportunity to test all these different situations and the harassment, the voice to skull, and many different methods to mess with them as well. See, I don't just sit around and let them mess with me. I have my way of messing with them. And I got one that's so good. So good. It's so good. I feel bad because I will share with you guys, but then majority of you won't be able to do it because of where you live. But I can do it here because my neighbors are just way over there. One of my goals also is to find the easiest way for TIs and TIs that do not are not aware that they're TIs, and the vulnerable people that are TIs, but they will never ever even get to the level of verbal abuse by gang stalkers, because these gang stalkers, they have so many ways of messing with you. They don't have to use one of their strategy or one of their tactics unless you have discovered, or unless you have a way to counter whatever most effective strategy they have on you. And that's why for those TIs that are just stuck in the government stage, I'm trying to help you get out of it. Because as long as you're stuck in the government stage, that's exactly where they want you. You too easily convince yourself, oh, this is so advanced. It's got to be the government because no one else will have the money. Or it's got to be the elites, the billionaires, the combined sitting, in a round table, trillions of dollars. No, I'll tell you why. Because these gang stalkers, they're more powerful than those trillionaires. They have power that money can never ever replace or stop. I'll tell you something right now. Many of you, well, you guys are not me because I'm streaming home. These gang stalkers, they're just more advanced. They are more advanced in the sense of existence. You want to talk about existence? These gang stalkers, they're higher up on the pyramid. Just the way it is. A majority of you in the world are vulnerable because they can easily manipulate you. People are being manipulated every day, not even realize. And I'm not talking about no government or secret program. What can it possibly be? Now, moving forward is accepting new ideas and let your mind expand. There'll be a lot of information I'll be sharing with you, and only a handful of you TIs out there will actually understand, because the other half of the TI, or the other overwhelmingly the majority of TIs, will most likely not accept the information at first, but eventually they'll come around at their own pace. And there'll be a handful of you out there who actually just understand exactly what I'm talking about. Now I got sidetracked here. Back to what I was saying about one of my goals is to find the easiest way for the most poor, lazy, and and in the worst in living environment. Okay, these three. So for a TI to be in a bad living environment, to be lazy, and financially uh, broke. Okay, these three. A TI with these three characteristics. My goal is to find the easiest way for this TI to overcome the gang stalkers. And to be honest with you, no fear. That's the easiest way. If you're a Hollywood celebrity, you have all this money, or if you're a law enforcement officer, dealing with these gang stalkers is just completely different. You know, your fame and money can help you. Unless you understand no fear. Because that's one thing I wasted a lot of money experimenting. And now I've gotten to a point where I feel so confident and so comfortable. I have new ideas just sparking, flying everywhere. But you know what's one thing that's holding me back? It's a very important tool, and that's money. See, money is a tool. If I was given the money to experiment with new gadgets and new ways of dealing with these gang stalkers, a lot of progress can be made. And not just for humanity, but for military as well. Now, I want to stay away from military because I ain't no men in black. And that's another thing. Once we get towards the end of this video series, maybe around video 35, I'm going to show you some stuff from NASA. And everything's going to start connecting. The dots going to start connecting faster than ever. And I will show you exactly what these gang stalkers are. Let me share a very fascinating story with you. This is a great example of why I connected dots that other TIs don't have the opportunity. And TIs, they connect different dots. You could be connecting dots that I'd overlooked and I could use, while other TIs can connect different dots. I mean, we can all help each other. But I'm confident I connected so many dots. It's going to help all of you. Now, I start work early. I go to work around 5 a.m. Um, I live on a farm, so I drive a truck, and I start work at 5, and I would come back home around 3 p.m. So one morning, a couple years ago, one morning, I would wake up, get ready to go to work, and I would have the news on, 4 a.m. news, right? 4 a.m. local news. 4 a.m. Okay, think about it. Local news at 4 a.m. And as I remember I was lying there, just, for like a couple minutes, just letting my energy kind of like starting to build up, just kind of let my mindset kind of just get into the groove, listening to the news. And all of a sudden, a segment, okay, just less than 1 minute long segment, the TV anchor mentioned this lady. She passed away. And her grandkids found her diary. And obviously, her grandkids, the one that told the news station about this. And in her diary, she had entries talking about how every day of her life, she was getting harassed by voices. And they these voices would pretend to be her friend. But then at the same time, I mean, not the same time, but there are times when she hated them. Sorry, my video just went out. Uh, there'll be times where she just wants these voices to be gone. And she didn't know how to do it. These voices would promise her riches. They promise her she's going to win the lottery jackpot. They promise her all types of things that she wants, basically. And every day of her life for 40 years, none of those promises came true. For 40 years, she battled this voice to skull abuse. And when she was getting close to getting rid of these voices, that's also when she fell into the trap, when they start talking about things that she likes. Let's go to casino. You're going to win the lottery. You were chosen because you're going to have a good life. You're going to have a lot of money. But during that time, she was spending most of her money. These voices, the voice to skull, I realized the happier you are, the more pissed off they get, or the more frustrated they get, because when I am happy, I just do my own thing. I mean, I don't even care to listen to any voice to skull. Like I can focus on what I'm doing, just block them. Because it has gotten to that point where if they become overwhelmingly talking trash to me or talking too much, I'm really mean. Like I'm just so mean. I'll spend like 5 minutes nonstop just bashing on them, you know, talking trash. I'll make it easy for me though. Like usually just repeating the same phrase or same sentence, something that just hits them, really bothers them. Or I'll just do the like some chant. And I can block these guys, or I know ways of just suppressing them. And they don't want you guys to be happy because When you're happy, when you have money, man, when you have money, there's just so much stuff you can do, right? You wouldn't be stressed until it started catching up to you. But that will not happen if you have the no fear mentality. If you have money as a tool, you're a good person, you have no fear mentality, you can do a lot of good for this world. A lot of problems are just created by us, or we overemphasize on problems. We want to be oversensitive on anything or things, just something so minor. It's easier to just tell yourself, whatever. Don't even stress over it. Back to my story. So for 40 years, she was taking these verbal abuse and nothing came true. That's what she wrote in her diary. And now, okay, now why is that story so important? Now here's the thing. Think about it. 4 a.m. in the morning, this was mentioned for about 45 seconds. I was awake and I heard it. That stuck with me because as soon as I heard it, right away I knew these are just like the gang stalkers because they have told me many times before that, let's go to casino. See, when I'm kicking their ass, they like to become sissies, right? But sissy is also a tactic. So don't ever put your guards down. My job is not even finished until I figure the easiest way to get rid of these gang stalkers. And I hope you guys out there can help me. Now, that piece of news information is so important. It made me realize never trust these gang stalkers. Never trust them. Never do anything for them because as soon as you start doing things for them, they're going to make you do more things for them, or they want you to do more things for them. And the more you talk to them, the more you have these situations, as in friendly conversation or whatever you call it, it's like building a relationship. It'll be harder for you to get rid of them in the end. So don't become too friendly with them. And know you're in the driver's seat. Don't forget that. They can attack you intensely for about 15, 20 minutes. Don't stand in the same spot. Don't stay in the same spot. You need to move around. But they can really intensely attack you. But guess what? After about 20, 30 minutes, they'll get weak. And you and I know we can go for way longer than 20, 30 minutes. There are days when I talk trash, I'll do it for 4 hours. I'll be sweating. And I can do it. Like, I'm sure some TIs have those, like, just can't take it anymore moments, right? I went through plenty of those. One just top of my lungs, just like talking trash. Every time they try to say something, I'll just talk trash and I'll feel great. It's like I'm just boosting my own soul, like that spirit within me, just getting powerful. I see it as act of self-defense. So don't believe in any trickeries. I know some of you are very religious and you can't use all these methods that I am teaching you guys or sharing with you guys. But that's fine. Just find your way. Work around it. As long as your core is no fear, you're in the driver's seat. And you have to empower your own spirit. Now, empowering your own spirit, what that means is there's so much negative thoughts, negative abuse, negative situations that's going on in your mind, negative scenarios, negative what if, curiosity, like all these negative stuff. Your spirit is weakened. You need to empower your spirit by envisioning your own self, but in a positive way, in a harmonious way. And you have to become the judge of what is the negative thoughts and what or thoughts that just don't deserve to be in your mind. And you need to stop those thoughts. That will take practice. It will take you years. Yes. One thing I would talk about, I love talking about time frame because a solution, problem, solution, but the solution is like, okay, it's just a solution. But when I add in the time frame, now all of a sudden it's like, whoa, it's heavier. It's going to take you guys years of understanding how to empower your mind to use positive reinforcement to counter all these negative, and also how to recognize these negative thoughts coming in. It's just negative, as in like moral, or it's just a hurtful thing, a painful thing to do to someone, or it's just bad for society, for humanity, for people in general. And anything that inflict pain and suffering to a different soul. So those type of thoughts, how it enters your mind is it'll just kind of like when you have your guards down, right? Just casually watching TV, whatever. Watching TV is the best way for them to enter your mind. That's why, there's that saying, oh, watching TV is bad for people. Well, now I know why. Because if you don't understand, when you're watching TV or Netflix or anything like that, what you're watching is like, it's like these different situations for them to, gang stalkers, to generate the same situation inside your mind, kind of put you as the center of it. And then all of a sudden, it just goes into this really negative direction. Recognize those moments. Stop the thoughts. Soon enough, you'll realize, oh, shoot, they're not even my thoughts. Yeah. Oh, before I go, I know this is a long video, but if you really want help, I hope you're still watching this because the information I'm sharing with you is very necessary for you to overcome what's happening. And I hope you guys can actually subscribe and comment more into my videos because I noticed there are a lot of activities and that's great. Excellent. The more the better. and like the video. That helps too. I mean, there are a lot of TIs out there whom are desperate, and they could use these information that I'm sharing. And just by you liking my videos or just spreading it, copy paste into a forum, whatever, people that needs help, you think they could use my help. See, your mindset's got to be positive moving forward. Just don't think about, if you get anything back in return. Just if you are on the forum and you see someone struggling and you think, well, remember when my video could help? Boom, boom, boom. Just share with them. Don't worry about if you're going to get anything back in return. Don't worry about, Gang Stalker's going to be stressed out, or they're going to be really threatening you. All those little fears, let that shit go. Now, one thing, if these gang stalkers tell you they can see you, you ask them to prove it. And I always thought about, how can I get them to prove? You know what? I only have about 40 seconds left of memory. I'm going to save this for my next video. I hope you enjoy this information I'm sharing with you. And be ready. It's about to get intense in a good way. Don't hurt no one. Don't hurt yourself. Stay calm. Relax. No fear. You should know by now that you're very important. And all this is going to come together. I'm going to bed now. Shimon, signing out.
Hey guys. So last time, in my last video, I ended it talking about how to identify if the gang stalkers can actually see you. Okay. Now, let me start off by saying the gang stalkers are in the physical. Okay. I talk about they're not the people in public, they're not your neighbors, they're not the people you go to stores. Okay. I never said they're not in the physical. They are very, very much in the physical. And I will explain soon. But for today, I want to talk about, can these gang stalkers really see you? I started 2 videos ago. I talked about how when I was in Maui, I talked about how voice to skull, they know what you know. So anything you try to plan, they will know. Anything that you don't even talk about, they will know. Whatever's in your head, they will know. Okay. And one thing I need all of you to know, the voice to skull is a major battleground. Major battleground. If you are not at the voice to skull stage, you are at that stage. If you're a true TI, you just haven't realized it yet. You're still stuck at believing public abuse. Out in public, you get harassment from people across the street. You get harassment from someone you just walked by and now they're talking trash about you behind you. I mean, if you still at that stage, you haven't been really following my videos, and you really need to open up your mind, because they really got you stuck, because you ain't gonna elevate until you discover what's happening. Every time you discover something, they're gonna give you a new way of countering, and you're gonna be able to keep countering, using, discovering, and you'll get better and better and better. But until you keep going up, you're actually really just stuck believing as people in the public. Okay, and when I say they're not people in the public, I'm not saying they're not in the physical. They are very much in the physical world. Okay, very much in the physical world. I will get into that later. But for now, Can the gang stalkers actually see you? Well, in the beginning, I also have the same questions in my head. Like, how do these people know what's going on? Because if I'm brushing my teeth, they're like, "Oh, you have bad teeth. You have no teeth." Or if I'm watching something, they'll hint to me that what I was watching. It's like they'll throw these hints in there can make me feel like, man, they can see what's going on. Like, and that's why for the longest time I would think someone snuck into my place and installed these super advanced cameras, and I would go around my place with the analog little radio, handheld radio, try to find any statics. I would get a flare. Uh, there was a infrared flare at the company. Try to see if there's any signs of like heat, because imagine no heat will generate from these, right? Um, and then I was like, how can they always kind of have they always like kind of trick me or tease me about they can see me. But then there's also times the first time I really realized it is I'm just gonna close my eyes. I close my eyes and doing some chant. That's when I realized things are a little different. As soon as I close my eyes, that's why I noticed they get pissed off as if now they have no visual. Yes. So I just sat there talking trash for about an hour. Every time I hear them, I'll talk trash using my head. Respond to that voice, talking trash to it. It'll be the same. Same response of any direction it comes from, I'll talk trash. Same response. And one day, I was so pissed off. I was like, you know what? I'm tired of this. Why don't you guys just tell me if you can see me or not? Why don't you guys prove it? What benefit do you get just kind of teasing me, making me not believe that you can see, but yet don't know if you gang stalkers can see me or not, right? I'm just kind of like right in the middle. Like, can they see? Can they not see? Oh, and one time I was at a restaurant. I got the change, and there was a special kind of looking $1, really cool $1. I was just gonna leave it there for tip, and then one was like, "Get the dollar." So I look at it, this $1 bill, and oh yeah, there you go. It's really unique. It was like strange looking print. Not just kidding. It was a star note. Okay, it's hard to find $1 star notes. It's poor condition, but it's still cool. Like I couldn't believe it was a $1 star note. I was like, oh, cool, wow. I didn't know it they did. What does that mean? Can they see? How do they know? Some of you out there might be like, oh, they purposely planned that there. Yeah, true. You're right. But they can't because I know what they are. They know what you know. They also see what you see. That's why when I close my eyes, they're pissed. Now, here is what I did to confirm it. I was thinking, what is the most fair way to confirm, to do a test on these guys, to call their bluff and have them prove to me they can see. They can see me. I was thinking, what is a good way? What's a fair way of doing it? And then, boom, I realized it. You know what it was? I reached into my pocket, grabbed a handful of change because I tend to have a lot of change in my pocket. A handful of change. I walked to a table top, clean tabletop. Not look at how much change I have. I looked away. Put the change on the table without feeling too much, because you don't want to have an idea of what's what coins. You just kind of spread them out flat, so nothing overstacked. And then I walked away. So I'll give you guys the time you need, but when I come back, I want to know how much change is on the table. So I went away and do some stuff. This was a couple years ago, okay? This is a couple years ago. And I'd forgotten about it. And then eventually I remember again. So I walked back to the table without ever looking at it. Don't even look at it once. And I called them out. No one said anything. That's when I started talking trash. But since where I live, like I'm not in public, at the time I did talk trash out loud. And I talk trash. Like I really do. I would say I trained myself to talk some really extreme trash. Like I wouldn't do that to other people, but I mean these guys are gang stalkers. Um, what do you want me to do? Like I keep calling the bluff, calling the bluff. I'm like, what's the point? Just answer it. What's the point of this? Like, they never give me an answer. And now, obviously, I did this test again later on. Failed again. They didn't give me an answer. And after that, it was like, okay, they didn't give me an answer. That is the right way to do it, right? Still kind of keep me wondering, guessing. But what it did to me was I come to a realization, why do I even care if they can see me or not? Who cares if they can see me? I walk around my place butt naked just to make fun of them. Seriously, no joke. I have no problem doing that. I don't care. If they can see me, then that means they've seen me shower every day. They see me on the toilet every day. So now after all these years, who cares if they can see me or not? They probably know more about my body than me if they can see me, right? If I got pimples on my back, I don't even realize. Good for them. They can look at my pimples on my back all they want. You see, that's the mindset you need. Don't get too caught up on, oh man, they can see me. Where are they? Where are they? I got to find out. Who are they? Don't get caught up in that. If you've been a TI for a long enough time, just accept the fact if they can see you, they've seen you in the toilet. They've seen, at first, it was difficult for me to do with my lady because they'll be making a lot of comments, making fun and things and be like, oh, not that position again. So what? I like this position. I would tell them. That's what I would tell them. Big deal. Sometimes I would just make some over dramatic sound, because if they can hear me, making those, like sound, to me it's funny. Shoot, if you don't like hearing it, don't listen to me, right? Don't be nice to those gang stalkers. Who cares if they can see you? What, are you about to commit some major crime? And you don't want them to see you when you're doing the crime? What? Let it go. Let it go. Think of it as you're a celebrity. Big deal. If you're a TI, you're always stressing. Have they kicked through your door yet? What are you doing that's so bad you feel like they're about to kick through your door? I wouldn't know. I'm not doing anything illegal that would put me in prison. So I don't know about UTIs out there. I'm sure some UTIs out there got your own secrets. You're slaying drugs or whatever. If the gang stalkers are bothering you, if you think they're 5-0, why are you still slaying drugs? Take a break. If you know they're using that against you because you feel guilty about what you're doing, then stop doing it. Take a break from it. You're doing something illegal and they're making you feel like they're about to catch you. Well, guess what? They already know you're doing it. So why are you still doing it? And putting your whole body in fear. And then now next thing you know, you're just doing it and just to go to prison or what? And make it easy for them. Because what? They already know you're doing it. So now they're just messing with you. If that's how you think, just messing with you, they already know you're doing something bad. Then stop, move out the country, go somewhere else, right? If you believe they're gonna get you so badly. But if you research, a lot of TIs go through this for 20 years, still think the helicopter's above them, are spying on them. Nothing's going on. You're not going to prison. Once you realize this, the next stage is the battle of voice to skull. That is the major battleground. I'm going to focus on this for a good 10 videos or so. Sorry, guys. I'm going to psychology. Ran out of memories, had to delete some files, but voice to skull is going to be the battleground. And I hope you guys, the TIs out there who's watching this, and you're disagreeing with me, you think I don't know what I'm saying, just calm and watch some of my videos from beginning to end. You gotta have that focus and pay attention from beginning to end, because a lot of my good advice comes from the end of the videos, because that's when I'm actually warmed up, and then towards the end I tend to kind of give some insight in there, just really good and helpful. If you are not at the voice to skull stage where you actually understand, tell the difference, then one day I hope you will. Because if you don't get to that stage and you don't own that stage, I don't even know how you're going to exit gang stalking. Because it's just fear everywhere you go. And if you have no fear, you can actually don't care about these gang stalkers, then eventually you will find yourself to the voice to skull stage. And then it's another battle. No fear. Shimon signing out. Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? So I want to talk about how I discovered voice to skull. For the longest time, I would believe that I was hearing speakers, and these gang stalkers are actually somehow was able to use my phone, or went into my home or get into my car and install some type of speakers, especially all over the property, because when I'm outside, I can hear them like from behind a tree, or just hear them around the fence, or I can just hear them basically outside. And you know where I live, there's my neighbors are really far away, and I got cameras everywhere. And on cameras, I don't see anyone. And that's when I actually got myself a drone, because I had this feeling that they somehow was able to see me, and as I approached the sound, they were able to see me and maneuver out of the way. So I needed something to be able to view what's on the other side, where these sounds are coming from, but without going there. So I got myself a drone, and I have an infrared device, flare. So I connected it to the drone, and I would fly the drone up at night with the flare recording, and I would fly to the other side of the property where I hear the sound, just to flush them out, So if someone's there, I could see their heat. And I did that a few times, and there was nothing there. There was no one there. And that's when I started believing, okay, it's got to be speakers. Somehow they put some Bluetooth speakers, but then there's no power source. So how can they actually go plug the speaker in and keep it charged? So that went on for a while. And then, things happens along the way. And I realized that these gang stalkers, their voices actually becomes very low volume, especially that video that I mentioned, how I went under the overpass. There's a creek, and I went under the overpass of the creek, and the gang stalkers sounded like they were really far away. And that's when I started believing, okay, it's got to be something to do with electricity. And
fast forward, I started realizing if I turn off my cell phone, if I turn off my computers, if I turn off the TV, basically turn off as much noise generating machine as possible, that's when I can still hear these gang stalkers, but they were very faint. And it almost came down to just a couple of voices. Instead of 7 to 10 different voices, it was only about two, maybe two voices I can hear. And one time I remember I turn off my power. So I turn off the breaker, turn off my cell phone, uh, lock myself uh, in my place for a few days, 3 days. And during that time, I was able to realize that I was still receiving conversations from gang stalkers, from these two gang stalkers, mainly these two gang stalker voices. And the whole time I was thinking that, I was like, that's when I started to realize somehow I'm hearing these voices and they're being sent to my ear. Somehow I can just hear it. And initially I still want to believe it's speakers, but after months and months and months, that's when things start setting in, kind of like, that's why these informations you hear for the first time, it won't set in your mind for a while until one day all of a sudden something happened and you connect the dots. And that all of a sudden makes sense. So the information I'm sharing with you, if you don't understand, it's okay, but at least you listen to it. It's in your mind now. And one day you will connect those information. And when I realized that I was receiving these voices, and when I go into a store like Walmart, things just changed. I no longer believe, oh, they're actually in the next aisle over. I no longer believe that, oh, if I'm in the back of the store, I can hear them on the intercom, or it sounds like they're way in the front of the store talking to me through the intercom or something. Like I no longer believe that, because ever since that moment where I finally realized, okay, it's been long enough that if I turn off all electricities, their volume becomes super low. If I don't turn on any music or static or any radio static sound, their volume becomes super low. And that's when I realized, okay, it's no longer these people in Walmart. Now, in addition to my other videos saying how I'm explaining how they can see what we see, I went through a lot when it comes to this gang stalking phenomenon, and I there are many times in the past where I just realized, okay, I need to keep a journal. And it took me a while before I started really kind of keep a journal. And I would try to brainstorm how to, different method to kind of minimize the targeting, minimize the stalking from them. And that's when I realized, when I'm writing stuff, they were able to talk to me through voice to skull, telling me what I'm writing. Now think about it. How is that possible? So to make sense of it all, of course, I would think somehow they have a camera around. Maybe a camera's right behind me, above me somewhere. So I would purposely leave my place and just go somewhere. I'll go outside for a walk. I'll walk away from trees. I'll go out into the open. I even has gone as far as covering myself with a blanket. So I'm in this blanket with a pen and my little journal and try to write something, try to plan something. And whatever I'm writing, they were able to mock me and remind me about what I'm writing. So somehow they can see, even when I'm just covering myself with this blanket out in the middle of nowhere, how can they see me? And how can they see what I'm writing? And that also took a while before it finally set into my mind and it just come to acceptance that, okay, these guys, they can definitely see what I see. And when I'm trying to think of something to plan against them, they can also know and they'll actually make comments on it. You know those giant shipping containers, complete steel, made out of steel, those shipping containers? Well, there's a couple of them here on this property, and there's a small little one that's maybe like 15 by 9 or something, by 9, 15 by 9 maybe, something like that. So actually we go inside and we close the door. And I can still hear these gang stalkers. As I'm writing, I could still hear them talk about the things I'm writing. So whatever I'm trying to plan, they already know. And this concept, this idea itself will take a while for you to accept. Because I know it took me a while. For some of you might be okay to might be able to accept it faster than others, but and some of you might just never ever accept this information. But let's be fair. Have you done those experiments, the same experiments that I just mentioned? Because if you try it, maybe that's how you can discover voice to skull. Because if you're a TI, like I'm saying, you are receiving voice to skull, but you just don't realize it. And these are stages. And if you don't reach to realization of voice to skull, you're stuck. And that's exactly where they want you. Keep believing it's the government. Keep believing it's these secret programs. But in reality, it's speculations. There's no proof of it. There's no whistleblowers. They're just rambling on and on and on about these agency, and you ain't gonna get the government to come out and say anything about it. They're just rambling on with these what if and all these possibilities. When the reality is try to figure out a solution to minimize these gang stalkers and try to live your life again. And that's why I've been really emphasized on it's not government because it's not. And I already know who these gang stalkers are. And soon enough, you guys will know. For now, just no fear. If you haven't realized you're receiving voice to skull, experiment different things and try to get to that stage. Don't be scared when you go into a grocery store because they're not gonna hurt you. All they do is just talking about you and criticizing the things you do in the store and making comments. But at the same time, they're not the people in the store. So you're gonna have to somehow find your way and figure this out. Don't go into the store and just be scared of these voices because you know you can talk back to it using your head. Talk trash. Whenever you hear them and you don't like them, just talk trash in your head. Talk trash back to them. They make a comment, talk trash to them using your head and respond to that comment. Give it some time. Don't just try it a few times and then just give up on it. Like I said, the time frame, like it took me months to realize some of these things. To finally set into my mind that okay, this really is happening like this. So don't just give it a try, one or two tries, and then just kind of give up on it. No, keep talking to them. If you hear them, respond back to them using your mind. Seriously, ask them questions. That's one thing. Oh, one thing about them is they don't like to answer questions. It's almost like they want to make comments about me, but if I ask them a question, they prefer not to answer it. Or if I tell them to do something, they definitely